5 days. 5 days since my wife disappeared with another man, leaving me shattered. Now here we are, sitting in a marriage counselor's office, pretending there's something left to fix. Linda still doesn't get it. She calls him a gentleman, as if that excuses what she did. I feel the rage rising inside me, every word she says pushing me further away. But today, I'm not here to forgive. I'm here to tell her it's over. No more lies. No more excuses. This is the end. And nothing, not even her tears, can change that. Thursday morning, the day of our appointment with Dr. Susan Manette, the marriage counselor. It was finally time to face her. I hoped the last 5 days had been enough to prepare myself. I had talked to everyone I could and spent time writing down my thoughts. I worked on letters during my flight back from Colorado and at the hotel last night. I had rented a car, leaving mine covered at work since I'd be heading to Atlanta right after this meeting for a 10-day trip. I expected Linda to try to approach me before the session, maybe in the waiting room or even outside. To avoid that, I decided to arrive precisely on time. But as I walked in, the therapist was still finishing with another client, and Linda managed to catch me alone for a moment. "Jim!" she called, looking desperate and a little afraid. "Not now," I said firmly. "I'll talk in front of the therapist, and not before—" She backed off, her expression cautious, as if she were handling a fragile situation. "Jim, it's just me," she said, trying to sound familiar. "Same old me as always." I looked at her as though she was a stranger, and I think she noticed the change. "Nothing has changed," she continued, a bit unsure. "My love for you is the same as it's always been." "Nothing's changed?" I asked. "Not a thing," she insisted. "You've always felt the same way?" "Always." I looked her in the eye. "So this is who you are?" "Jim? This is how you've always been." "What do you mean?" "All this time, since we've been married. You're the kind of person who thinks it's okay to walk away from your spouse to be with someone else." "Jim, no, I know that must have been painful for you. It didn't seem to slow you down. You've always had it in you to do this. It was just a matter of when." "No!" "You've been waiting for this to happen. Or maybe it's happened before and this is just the first time I've seen it." "No! You can't believe that. Jim, it was one time. One night out of so many together. Please, you have to believe me. Nothing's changed." "If nothing's changed, then maybe we were never as solid as I thought. Maybe I never had the marriage I believed I did. After what I saw, you don't get to tell me what I should or shouldn't believe." "No, it's not like that," she pleaded. "What? You didn't leave me in front of everyone and disappear to spend the night with another man just because you could, while my so-called friends held me back and laughed at me for being upset? They teased me and told me to get over my feelings? Because how I feel doesn't matter. Is that what actually happened? No, I mean yes, but no. It's not like that. It was just one time." "I'm pretty sure it was more than once. You didn't turn your phone back on until after 3 the next day." "Okay, well, you're not wrong about that. But it really was just that one occasion, okay?" "Not okay, Linda. Nothing about this is okay. Not one thing. Jim, nothing is different between us. You don't have to make a big deal out of this." "I find that hard to believe. If nothing is different and everything is normal, does that mean I can expect more of this in the future? Absolutely not. Should I have expected it all along? Definitely not. Then it's not normal and you need to stop saying it is." The door opened and a woman who had clearly been collecting herself after a difficult moment came into the waiting area, heading for the door and thanking the counselor who followed her. "Jim? Linda? I'm Dr. Manette. You can call me Susan. Please come in. She was a woman in her mid-50s with curly, salt and pepper hair and a warm, sympathetic smile. We stepped into her office, which was cozy and inviting, just chairs and a love seat, with calm art on the bright yellow walls and a few simple knickknacks on a coffee table. There were also 2 open boxes of tissues, indicating that a lot of emotions were shared in this space. Welcome. Before we begin, I'd like to discuss the process and a few agreements, okay? We both nodded. The goal of our conversations is to help you communicate and find understanding. I'm not here to take sides. Each of you is entitled to your feelings, and whatever you feel is valid. My commitment is to the health of your marriage and the effectiveness of this therapy. Both of you will get a chance to speak, and both will be heard. Most of the time, I'll need you to talk to each other, not to me. I'm here to facilitate. You don't need to convince me of anything. Is that clear? We nodded again. Please say it out loud. It's important we verbalize our agreements. Okay, I have no problem with any of that, I said. I understand. Thank you, Susan, said Linda. Good. Now, the most important rule we have is that we must be completely honest. There can be no avoiding the truth, no trying to present things in a more favorable light or deciding what your partner doesn't need to know. There can be no dishonesty at all, no keeping secrets. Just speak openly without hiding anything. Keeping anything under wraps will work directly against any progress we might make. Agreed? Agreed. Good. I'm also going to ask each of you to be respectful and not deliberately try to insult or hurt each other. When the other is talking, I need you to really try to listen with a sense of empathy, and that's not possible if you disparage each other. I want your best efforts to try to avoid that. Agreed? Agreed. That's going to be tough, I said. I'm still incredibly angry. Everything is still very raw. I may express my feelings in a sharp manner, but I promise to try not to be hurtful just for the sake of being hurtful. That's all I can ask. And you'll listen to Linda with an effort towards acceptance. I'll try. I'd love to know what's going on in her head. It's unfathomable to me, and to be honest, I don't think she understands it herself. Okay, Jim, I can accept that. I only ask that you make an effort. Having empathy for your wife is not only part of the process, it's an important goal in the process of conflict resolution. Or, you could just say, yes, Jim, Linda said with a hint of criticism. Linda, you just agreed not to provoke Jim. Sorry. All right. She gathered herself, perhaps realizing she had her work cut out for her. At some point, I may ask both of you to do some exercises or give you a little homework. I request that you make a good faith effort at such things. Don't let them slide, and we're going to learn some new techniques for communication. When I ask you to follow those patterns, I want you to try to do it. Agreed? Agreed. Good. Finally, I have to ask if there has been any kind of violence between you. Has either of you threatened the other in any way at all? Because I'm required to be concerned about your safety. No, never. Okay, good. Now you're both here voluntarily. You're not under a court order, and you weren't referred to us by a lawyer or mediator. I take it that your goal is to resolve the outstanding issues in your marriage and build a stronger relationship. Is that correct? Yes. Linda nodded determinedly. We want to fix things. No, I said. This is the first I've spoken to Linda since the event I described in the email I sent earlier. I wanted a neutral arbitrator for this confrontation. I need to inform my estranged wife that our marriage is over. It ended the moment she dropped my hand to dance with another man and left to spend the night with him without so much as a word to me. Linda stared at me, speechless. Beyond that, I'd like to use this time to be able to talk to her and remain civil and to negotiate the terms of co-parenting our children without remaining married. I've already spoken to LW, our attorney. He's prepared a draft of documents for a joint petition for separation and divorce. What? Linda had apparently regained her voice. So we found an area of disagreement. Linda, you want to stay married to Jim, is that right? Oh my God, yes, more than anything. Jim, you can't be serious. Very serious. You don't get to just disregard me like that. You don't... What about Emma and Tommy? I'm not going to teach either one of them to tolerate being mistreated in a relationship. I'm not going to set an example where they can expect to be undervalued in their future marriages. You're crazy. I can't believe you're saying this. Linda, hang on. Jim is not crazy. He has made his goals clear, and I'm going to ask you to take him at his word for the time being. No, 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 this can't. You can't. How could you? How could you even say that? What is wrong with you? How could I? How could you? I could have said all those things to you on Friday night if you hadn't just left without a word. It was just once. You married me just once. Just once does not mean it doesn't count. It doesn't have to be a big deal, okay? Nothing's changed. I don't feel any differently about you. It had nothing to do with you. We can go right back to how it was if you can just, please, let it go. Can't you see that you're hurting our marriage over nothing? Listen to yourself. Just, what would you say to me if I'd done that to you? What if I had left and spent time with someone else? If our friends had played a role in holding you back? Should I have expected you to act like nothing happened? No, I mean no, that's different and you know it. Why? Why what? Why is that different? Because you'd never do that to me. I sat there and didn't reply. I just looked at her and watched her for a moment of realization. Please tell me that you're beginning to see the problem, Linda. I knew you'd be upset, all right? I expected that your feelings might be hurt. But you'd get over it eventually. You have to. Because you love me, and I love you. And you do it for the kids. And I'd make it up to you. I'd do anything to make it right. I still will. I'll be the perfect wife. Anything you want, it's yours. Please. Jim, dear Jim, my husband, don't make this any harder than it has to be. I looked at the counselor. You getting this? Yes, I am. Do you want to help her out here? Because I have no idea where to begin? I'm not. Ah, she sighed. Linda, you just said that it would be unacceptable for Jim to do what he just mentioned, to leave you for a night. I'm sorry for what happened, and I wish I could change it, Linda said, her voice trembling slightly. It was a mistake, and I didn't intend for it to occur. Jim glanced at her, the weight of her words heavy in the air. Linda, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, but it feels overwhelming, he replied, his frustration evident. You're expecting me to come to terms with something that doesn't make sense to me. I know it's hard, she responded softly. I can't express how much I regret it. I never wanted to hurt you, and I realize now that my actions have consequences. I just hope we can work through this together. Working through it isn't easy, Jim said, his tone softer now. It feels like I'm carrying the burden alone, and I don't think that's how a relationship should work. It shouldn't be, Linda agreed. We both need to put in the effort to heal. I'm committed to trying and making things right. I want us to rebuild the trust we've lost. It takes two to make this right, Jim pointed out, his frustration starting to fade. But it's difficult to see a way forward when I feel like I've been left to deal with this by myself. You're right, Linda acknowledged. I should have been more open and communicated better. I want us to face it together, if you're willing. We'll need to tackle this gradually, Jim said, looking at her with cautious hope. I'm willing to try if you are. Thank you for being open to that, Linda replied, relief washing over her. I don't want to lose what we have. Let's work on rebuilding it step by step." "All right, step by step," Jim agreed, a hint of a smile creeping in. "Let's just take it one day at a time." I was outside my body, just kind of watching it happen, helpless to do anything about it. There was nothing I could do but go along with it. Gosh, that makes me feel so much better. "So, when you told Dee to cover for you and when you came back to speak with me about going to the bathroom, you had zero choice in the matter?" "Jim, believe me, given the choice between you and him, you win. Every time. No question. I choose you. Every time. Every day of my life for the rest of my life." "Except that's not true. It's happened just once, remember? And you chose him. You chose him every time it happened. You didn't hesitate. You didn't look back. And you still don't feel bad about that choice. Dee was quite clear about that when she was covering for you. You're capable of looking out for yourself and making your own decisions. That is what she said." She stared at the floor again. "Maybe I just don't want it to be true," she almost whispered. "I don't want to think I'm the kind of person who could act that way, even if all my friends thought it was okay, which they do, by the way." "Forget your friends. This is on you." "Jim," said Susan, "remember what we agreed on regarding how to speak about your spouse. Try not to use language like that. It just makes everything harder." "Okay, you're right. I'm sorry." "Okay, good. Now then, Linda. Jim asked if you had a choice, and he's correct. This has nothing to do with your friends." "All right, it's on me. I chose to do it. All I can say is that I didn't feel like it was a choice at the time. I saw it as something I couldn't turn down. I mean, if someone offered you $1 million or a vacation to Hawaii, you don't think about it, you just take it, you know? I wasn't thinking about you at all. I didn't do it to hurt you. Once the opportunity was given to me, I couldn't imagine saying no. I'd never forgive myself if I did. And to hell with me and our marriage, I guess. No, 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 not like that at all. Jim, you're so strong, so resilient. I just knew that even though you'd be hurt, we could get past this. I know it won't be easy, but we'll do it together, honey. I'll be there for you every step of the way. Except, of course, for that first step you took away from me, the step that put us here. You did that without me. Okay, but I came back. I'll always come back. Always. You'll always come back? What, so you're planning on doing this again? How much more is this kind of thing going to happen? No, it's not like that. I really hope I never figure out what it is like. There's nothing like this. God, this is not what our marriage was supposed to be. I never wanted a partner who would make choices without considering our relationship. Tell me, Linda, if you think I'm so strong, why are you surprised that I'm showing some backbone here? Why should it be so unthinkable that I'd stand up to you? She drew back. Let's be clear now, I continued. You seem to think it's perfectly okay for you to leave our marriage for someone else, because you figure I can take the hit and you expect me to deal with it. But it's considered unacceptable for me to do something similar, as it would be too hurtful for you. Is that about right? You get to hurt me and our marriage, and I just have to accept it. You don't have to say it like that. I think I do, if that's what it takes to make it sink in. We were silent for a minute, just sulking at each other. I didn't do it to be hurtful. You've got to believe me. I knew you'd be affected. I knew you'd be angry even. I expected you to fight. I was trying to be prepared for it. I was ready to accept anything you'd say. I was ready to take it. I would make it up to you, whatever it takes, as long as it takes. I wanted to be the best partner. I still want to do that, Jim. I still want to be your partner, and we'll grow old together in each other's company with nothing else in the way. I will do anything, anything at all if you'll just give me the chance. She was weeping openly. her voice catching at odd places. "I gave you that chance when I married you, and you let it slip away. No, no, I can make it up to you." "How could you possibly make it up to me, Linda? What could you do? Weren't you already trying to be the best partner you could be? What would you start doing differently?" I deliberately had not said, "besides not being involved with other people," though I think she heard the implication anyway. "I don't know," she sniffled, then looked up at me. "I know February was really tough, all right. I was kind of snippy, I admit that. I'd try to do better." "You said you were going to do that anyway. That's part of what our night out was supposed to have been, remember?" "I do." "Do you think that trying not to be snippy is going to help repair things?" No." "Then what do you think would work? Making your meatloaf more often? Dressing up more for me? You must have done special things for him that you haven't done for me in years. Seriously, Linda, I don't see a way back from this. You're already supposed to have been trying. I was too. That's always been the deal. Saying you plan on starting now isn't going to change much, especially not if your best efforts so far have led us here." "Jim," said Susan, "remember what you agreed to. Try not to be disparaging." "Sorry. Right. Okay. You're expressing how you feel, and that's good. But Linda wants to know how she can make amends. What would mitigate the damage you feel she's done to the relationship and to you personally? Be honest. Tell her how you feel." I closed my eyes. "Linda, the only thing that could possibly improve this situation would be to undo what has happened, to erase this from existence. But you can't do that. You wouldn't want to, even if you could. You found validation in it, and it has been a pivotal moment for you. I can see it. It's all you've been focused on. You wouldn't change anything about it. You just wish I felt differently. The only thing you regret is what it has cost you. Here it is. Mark Lavaliere will always be at the center of Jim and Linda's story. Not how we met, not our first date or our wedding or the birth of Emma or Tommy. It's this. He is now the focal point around which our relationship orbits. You left me for someone else without a moment's hesitation and expected me to wait for you. You're still doing it. I can't. He's always going to be there. Every time I look at you, I see you leaving, and it makes me sick. I can't imagine being close to you again after this. That is who you are to me now. What's worse is that it's who you've always been. That is all I see. Do you hear me? I can't. I can't do it." We were both in tears at that point, eyes wide open, sitting apart from each other, neither of us willing to close the gap. "I wasn't expecting you to be gone," she said. "I thought you'd be home. We agreed. You'd be home and we would talk. I didn't know where you were. How do you think I felt?" I stared at her, unable to find words in that moment. "We agreed? No, I didn't agree to anything. You mentioned that you might be home sometime the next day, but you didn't specify when. I did not agree to wait for you. I did not agree for you to leave with him in the first place. We agreed is not accurate." "Jim," said Susan, "remember, we want to build empathy. Please try not to direct your anger at her." I took several breaths and nodded. "Now, Jim, you asked her what it would have felt like if she were in your position. Now she's asking the same. How do you think she felt when she found you had left the house? Talk to her, not me. How do I think you felt? Well, I think you felt disappointed and probably scared. The situation had spiraled beyond your control. You expected me to be sitting at home waiting for you, having not slept at all, having spent the night in turmoil, and you'd find me there, a broken shell of a person, ready to share all the hurt, all the rage, all the pain. You'd listen patiently, nodding and showing empathy as I expressed my feelings. When I had exhausted myself, you'd take me into your arms, and I would cling to you, feeling both a mix of frustration and a deep need for your comfort. You would offer me solace, knowing you had succeeded in your intentions. You were looking forward to that moment. You believed it would be a challenge, and you'd have to promise me the world, all to regain the connection you felt was slipping away. You wanted to maintain control, reflecting on those memories of time spent together, perhaps even holding on to hopes for our future. You had envisioned having it all. So when you didn't find me broken and pleading for your support, you likely felt a wave of panic. You're still there, trying to manage the fallout. But I refuse to play along. I won't allow you to manipulate me any longer. Now, you are the one experiencing fear and confusion, much like I did. I hope it is becoming clear to you just how far things have strayed from what we once knew. Linda was shaking her head gently as tears flowed down her cheeks. No, 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 she whispered softly. I hope you're concerned about having lost me because you have. She broke down and began to sob, seeking comfort in my embrace and burying her face against me. I had never seen her so vulnerable. I wrapped my arms around her, knowing that even if our love were not there, I needed to comfort her in that moment. Through her tears, I could finally discern her words. I never wanted this. I didn't seek it out, never. You know I didn't. You witnessed it all. I never would have intentionally hurt you. I love you so much, Jim. Please believe me. Please tell me I haven't ruined everything. I can't bear the thought of it. You're the strong one, Jim. Please tell me we can fix this. Please give me some hope. Please tell me you love me. I sighed, unable to see her face but feeling her tremble. My eyes filled with sorrow as I mourned what we once shared. Yet I couldn't deny her request. I do love you, Linda. My tears fell into her hair as hers soaked my shirt. But all of our tears, and I knew there were many more tears in our future, would never wash out what she did that night. It would always be a part of us. Then I said what I'd really come to say, and I laid the foundation for the end of our marriage. Sometimes love isn't enough, honey. We can care for people who aren't good for us. We can care for those who don't treat us right. Sometimes we have to distance ourselves to save our own well-being. It happens all the time. When individuals in difficult situations care for those who hurt them, it can have grave consequences. You know that. Well, you took advantage of our relationship, my emotions, and my trust. You intended to. You were counting on me to bear the burden. You still are. I can't stay with you like that. Not if that's how you treat me. I can't. That brought on another wave of tears. We were both crying for about 10 minutes before Susan spoke up. Okay, it's clear you have both been through something challenging, and you're processing it differently. The good news is that many relationships can survive infidelity. The fact of the matter isn't as important as what caused it or what led up to it, or the lack of intimacy surrounding it. In almost every case, it starts with a quiet rift between the couple somewhere, which leads to emotional distancing. That leads to feelings of isolation and abandonment, which creates a need to feel validated, appreciated, and loved. That's what creates the conditions for an affair that may be emotional, physical, or both. What's remarkable is that in your case, there was apparently nothing leading up to Linda's going away with Mr. Lavalier. There was no real secrecy about it either. This seems to have happened suddenly, out of nowhere, right out in the open, and each of you is reacting in your own way as your minds and hearts demand. Linda, you are in a state of denial. You've been refusing to acknowledge what happened and consider the consequences. You've been telling Jim that how you feel about him hasn't changed, but that's only one component of your relationship. His feelings about you have changed. You've revealed a side of yourself that he's never seen before, and maybe you haven't either. Jim is not going to be able to see you or your marriage the same way. The relationship you had before is over. There is no going back. There's only what comes next. You haven't been able to face that yet. When you can, we'll be able to make some progress, but we don't know how things will actually work out. Linda looked absolutely despondent. Of course, that's how she looked before Susan said any of that. I don't know how much of it registered. Jim, your instinct is to escape. You fled the situation, not only because you find it unacceptable, but because you lack any reference for how to deal with it. You're disoriented and in a state of shock. Avoidance is a common response to trauma. You may be experiencing a form of PTSD, and it's likely to persist until the trauma is addressed and resolved, and unfortunately that may never fully happen. Now then, underneath all of this, the issue you're both concerned with is the possibility of forgiveness. Linda, you need to understand that you're not simply owed Jim's forgiveness. It may not be forthcoming, at least not anytime soon. Forgiveness can only come at the end of a long process of healing that hasn't even begun yet. Jim, in my opinion, I think it would be healthy if you do forgive Linda when you're ready. Not because she deserves it or to save the marriage. You're a long way from being capable of forgiving her, and I recognize that. But however many months or years it takes, you'll do it for your own sake, not hers. You will someday come to a place where you're able to let go of the anger and the hurt. You'll do it for yourself and for your own future. You'll want to put it behind you and move on with your life, whatever that will look like, whether you two remain married or not. That felt better. That felt right. Linda, however, was understandably upset. Wait, isn't it your job to save this marriage? You are a marriage counselor, aren't you? So counsel him and make him come around. Linda, I can't save a marriage. No one can do that but the people in it. I can facilitate the communication and the healing if both partners are committed to working towards that. But if the relationship is fundamentally unhealthy, or if either one of you doesn't want to remain married, then no. There's nothing I can do but try to make things less painful when it ends. And honestly, with you two, it's too early for me to tell which way it will go. Even if I tried to guess, you might still surprise me. This incident is too raw, too recent, and neither one of you is behaving the way you normally have in your marriage. Isn't that right? We both nodded through our tears, still somehow clinging to each other. Well, believe it or not, this is encouraging. There is common ground between you, and that's what we want to cultivate. Linda, is there anything else you need to say to Jim while you're close like this? Finally, Susan prompted Linda to apologize. She noticed that she hadn't yet. You didn't have to tell my parents. I pulled away from her. She leaned back, clearly upset. That's where we're going now? Fine, okay. Why not tell your parents? It's private. It's personal. It's between us. It doesn't concern them. It wasn't private or personal. You did it in public, at Morrison's, in front of all our friends. You got Dee to help you, and Jane and Helen were defending you. You abandoned me right there in front of everyone. If the paparazzi had been there, it would have made the tabloids. You don't get to claim that it's private. And even if it was, I don't owe it to you to keep your secret. And your parents? They're part of our family. They were there at our wedding. They've taken me in as a son. If our marriage is on the line, they deserve to know. It's embarrassing. You were not embarrassed about it. You were proud of it. You still are. You're going to be sharing it with your friends for the rest of your life. They were all happy for you. Don't bother to deny it. We both know it's true. Why did you have to tell the kids? I had to tell them something, and we agreed to teach them that honesty is important. You shouldn't have tried to turn them against me. I didn't turn them against you. What are you talking about? You taught them to call Mark inappropriate names. That wasn't right. I don't want them saying anything like that. They finally stopped when I talked to them about it. That's not turning them against you. It's making them aware that they shouldn't engage in negative behavior. I have every right to protect them from someone I don't trust. Mark is not who you think he is, and he's not my boyfriend. Anyone who interferes in a marriage like it's acceptable is concerning, and some language used around the kids is not appropriate. Mark was respectful to me. Abducting you for an inappropriate night does not show respect. I mean, he didn't mistreat me. He was polite, opening doors for me, and he even remembered my name the next morning. What? The what? My blood had turned to ice. I was motionless and silent. Any hope for a civil relationship was fading fast. Susan noticed. Jim? Dr. Manette? I couldn't see. My vision was clouded. My voice echoed back to me as if from far away. Please inform this woman that if she wishes to be in my good graces, then defending him is not the way to do it. I was up and out the door before either of them could respond. I heard my name called several times behind me. I have no memory of getting into my car or driving away, but I was speeding before I came to my senses and pulled into a parking lot. I shut down the car and realized I had been struggling to breathe. She had said, Jim, your instinct is to escape. No surprise there. If there was ever a moment when I could have lost control, this was it. This felt worse than before. Then I was alone. Now here she was, insisting that I was the unreasonable one, blithely assuming that I needed to be corrected like some child. I was the jealous husband who'd given her every ounce of my love and devotion for 10 years, and he was the good guy. He's a gentleman because he was noble enough to remember her name. My flight to Atlanta wasn't until the morning. I had been planning on going to the house tonight, spending some time with Emma and Tommy, maybe staying for dinner if Linda had managed to pull her head even part way out of her own self-absorption. Then I was going to spend the night at the airport hotel and be out of town. Well, plans had changed. Emma and Tommy were at daycare. Maybe if I got there right away, Linda wouldn't think to look for me there first. Maybe Susan held her back. But I had to see them. Our home was broken, and nothing would ever be the same. I might miss their entire childhoods. I had to see them before I left, even if there were confrontations. I arrived at the daycare almost immediately. I'm not taking them now, I explained to Jessica as Emma and Tommy swarmed me, hugging my knees and crying, Do not call my wife. I'm not here, okay? I was never here. I just need to talk to them for a minute. Okay, they're about to have their snacks. Emma and Tommy were both asking where I had been. Tommy echoed his older sister's questions, and they were both teary-eyed. Emma, Tommy, listen to me. There were tears running down their faces. Daddy, are you taking us home? Are you going to be home now? When are you coming home with us? Emma was overwhelmed. Listen, Mommy was playing with me, like Elsa was playing with Anna when she got hurt in Frozen. Remember? Elsa was casting her ice powers and it caused a big problem. Emma nodded, her face still wet. Tommy followed her lead. When Anna got hurt, they had to take her out of the castle and go find the trolls. Remember that? The trolls would know how to help. Well, Mommy hurt me not physically, but in a way that made me feel really sad. Do you understand? She hurt my heart and now I need to find help. I'd been thinking a lot about this. They know that movie well. Maybe they could understand, just a little. Emma looked me in the eye, tears still on her face, and said, You're not lucky that it was your heart. The heart is not so easily changed, but the head can be persuaded. How did you get so smart? I have a smart daddy. I love you so much. I'm so proud of you, my girl. But you're gonna go? That's right. This is the part of the story where I have to go away and get stronger. I have to leave home and find my friends, like Simba found Timon and Pumbaa, like Merida left home and found her mother, the bear, like Jasmine left the Sultan's palace and found Aladdin and Carpet and the genie eye. This is what's happening now. I have to leave my home and find my friends and heal and get stronger so I can come back. Do you understand? Tell me you understand. She was nodding the whole time I was talking. Disney movies might seem trivial, but they actually provide some kind of moral education. My children had seen them enough to have earned advanced degrees in that subject. Tommy's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Mark is the bad guy. He's the villain." Emma was still nodding. "Mommy can't see it. He just wants to ruin everything and take over, and Mommy doesn't know. We have to tell her. That's not how it works. She can't see. She won't listen. She's under his influence." "What are we going to do?" "I don't know." "Wait, Tommy, did you just say Mark?" "Mommy said not to call him that. His name is Mark." "Have you met him? Has he been in the house?" "No." "Emma, did Mommy tell you to say that Mark hasn't been in the house or that you haven't met him? Did she tell you to keep something from me?" "No." "Did she tell you not to say anything?" "No." "You promise?" "I promise. Lying is wrong." "Lying is wrong," she agreed. As I looked back and forth between them, I noticed new information passing between them on their faces. Mommy and Daddy aren't talking. They're saying different things. They don't agree on what's going on. There isn't a Mommy and Daddy right now. There's Mommy and there's Daddy, and they're in different worlds. I have smart kids. "Okay, tell me what she told you about him." "She said not to call him that. She said his name is Mark. He's a kind man." "He is not a kind man. He's not a good person. I don't want to hear you saying his name." "Okay, all right. Mommy can tell you what to call him when she's around, but I'm going to tell you to think of him differently when I'm around. I know it's a strong word, but he's not a good person. He took Mommy away from me, and he's making your daddy go away. I know Mommy says he's nice, but she's mistaken. He's the villain, right?" They nodded. "As long as Mommy believes he's a nice man, he's keeping me away, and we can't be a family anymore. He wants to take you all away and push me out. I can't be your daddy anymore if Mommy loves him. If she's even friends with him, I have to stay away." I saw the weight of confusion and concern on the tiny faces of my children. So young, so wise, so vulnerable. Did she admit that he's someone special to her? She said he's not. She says he's just a friend she knows. What does that mean? Ah, I shouldn't have said that. It's not for you to worry about. It means she knows him like she would know a boyfriend or a husband. You're her husband, Daddy. She seems to have forgotten that. No, Daddy. She knows you're her husband and she's waiting for you to come home. She's so sad, so sad. She cries every day, every day. When are you coming home? When I found my friends and they helped me get strong so I can take on the villain, right? How long is that gonna take? I don't know. I'd do it as a montage if I could. What's a montage? That's where they play a song and show scenes of a lot of time passing, but the job is done when the song is over. So do it like that. I'll sing the song for you. I'd love it if you could sing the song for me, but I don't think enough time will really pass while you do. Undeterred, she launched into an enthusiastic rendition of Let It Go, and of course she knew all the words backwards and forwards. Tommy joined in for the parts that he knew, which was most of it. They'd only watched the movie 71,000 times. I've got to go now. I said when she finished. I'll be away for 10 days, in a city called Atlanta. I'll call you from there, but I don't want to talk to Mommy. I'll only want to talk to you, okay? I'll figure out how to make that happen. I love you, you know that? How far? This was something we'd say. To the moon and back again, then to Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune. And all the way back home again? And all the way back home again? I love you, Daddy. She raised her tiny arms for a hug. I got down on my knees to give it to her. I love you, Emma. I love you, Tommy. All the way back home again, he said, hugging me too. All the way back home again. I could barely see through my tears when I left them to be picked up by Linda at the regular time. With my plans for the day changed, I decided to do a few errands before I made it back to the hotel. Phil was surprised to see me showing up at his workplace. I was surprised to be there too. Last time I'd seen him, he'd been ready to confront me and I would have stood my ground. Jim, hi. Hi, Phil. What are you doing here? We need to talk. Translation. No, Phil, I'm not here to apologize or ask for an apology from you, but I'm not planning on this being hostile. There's a whole bunch of business between us, and it's time to clear the air because I'm about to move forward and you need to decide where your loyalties lie. Ah, okay, right. Hey, this isn't a good time. Why don't you swing by the house tonight? Bring the kids. Not that kind of talk, Phil. And it needs to be now, I'm afraid. Sorry. All right, hang on. Debbie? A woman with medium brown hair poked her head up. Hold any calls I get and have James deal with the McAllister thing for a while, all right? This is something I need to take care of. Give me an hour. Okay, Phil. Is everything all right? Yes, fine. This is Jim Johnson. He and Linda are friends of mine and Jane's. There's something going on that affects our families, and we need to talk for a bit. 1 hour. Okay? Okay? Come on, he said, grabbing his coat. Let's not do this here. The coffee shop in the lobby of the building wasn't especially busy. He ordered a coffee drink that was more like a dessert, and I opted for a small black coffee that I didn't plan to drink. Phil paid. Okay, Jim, you've got my attention. Everybody's been running around worried sick about you. Linda's been anxious all week. Nobody knows where you've been or what you've been doing, and now you're coming to me? What gives? I met with Linda for the first time this week at a counselor's office this morning. She said that all her friends thought it was okay. She was very clear about that. While I was over at Morrison's wondering what happened to her, everybody there already knew. Everybody but me. Specifically, all the girls knew. Dee and Jane were barely able to contain their excitement, but Helen was in on it too. Rosie knew, but she wasn't feeling too good about it. And Jane? Well, you saw her. She was really happy. Everyone was in on it. Why? How? Phil was as still as a statue, staring at his drink. I pressed on. Seeing Jane get all excited stirred up feelings in you. It wasn't because I was giving her a hard time. You were upset at her when I confronted both of you. There was something going on that I don't know about, but you did. Maybe it's none of my business. Maybe it's personal between you two. Well, I'm asking anyway. I'm tired of being in the dark about what my wife thinks we're doing with our marriage, and I'm pretty sure you've got insights on that subject that would interest me greatly. So, what can you share? He took a sip of his drink and wiped his lip. Well, you're right. What's between me and Jane is none of your business. But you're also right that there's a lot you haven't been told. I'd want to know it too if I were in your shoes. You deserve to hear it. You've been dealt a tough situation, and you don't deserve what's happened. Another sip. Okay. What I'm about to tell you, you did not get from me, okay? You were never here. We never talked today. You're still frustrated with me as far as anyone else is concerned. I'm the last person you want to talk to. I'm only saying this because I have to live with myself, and I'm trying to convince Jane to find a new group of friends. They are not a positive influence. Sorry. Don't be. Okay. Right. So I'm going to tell you what the deal is. To the best of my knowledge, even though this is the kind of thing I shouldn't talk about and wouldn't talk about with you. But first, dramatic pause. I raised one eyebrow. You've got to tell me where you've been all week. You basically vanished. It spooked everyone. I spent the first 2 nights at Dave's brother's place. His name's Pete. He got divorced a few years ago and has a really sweet but unique-looking cat named Frankenstein. Then I checked in at work and spent the rest of the time at my mom's house in Colorado. I'm only here for today, then I'm leaving town for 10 days. It's work-related. I volunteered for it. Not going to tell me where. Emma and Tommy know. Maybe your kids can get it out of them. Okay. Well, you really had everyone baffled. Remind me never to play hide-and-go-seek with you. Deal. Your turn. What is going on? Jane and I, he drank more of his frothy drink. We nearly got divorced a few years ago. I didn't know. Nobody knows. Well, the girls do. They talk. And that's part of why we nearly got divorced. The 5 of them, Dee, Helen, Linda, Rosie, and Jane, they all get together and discuss all kinds of things. Some of it is pretty risky. They talk about relationships and how tempting it can be to explore outside of their marriages. It's their favorite subject. My blood turned to ice water. Again. That's twice in the space of a few hours. Just like what happened to you. Yeah. That's exactly the kind of thing they go on about all the time. He looked at an empty spot on the table, refusing to meet my eyes. And now it's real. Jesus, Jane would be furious if she knew I was talking about this with you. I was sworn to secrecy, but this has gone too far. She only tells me about it because we're in marriage counseling and it's supposed to be just between us. That's the deal. She doesn't keep the girls' secrets from me, but I have to pretend I don't know. But the things they talk about, they seem to think it's all in fun, just idle chatter. But also not. It's genuinely exciting to them. Then Linda actually pulls that stunt right in front of you, and all of a sudden, it's not just fun and games anymore. I had no idea. Right, and you still don't, okay? You didn't get this from me, remember? As far as I know, the only one who actually steps outside her marriage is Dee. She'll connect with someone for a brief encounter a couple times a year just because it gives her a thrill. And then she shares it with her friends. It's all I can do to look at Dave and try not to think, you poor guy. He's got no idea. He kinda does. He's been jealous and suspicious for a long time now. As of Friday, he's certain. I spent the weekend talking with him and Pete. Dave's going to divorce her for sure. No way? No way. It's a done deal. He's not buying any more of her excuses. Good for him. Dee's had this coming. No doubt. She's not someone I want to associate with again. I shook my head. I had my doubts about whether or not Dave was right, but this little bit of news settled that. So, what happened with you and Jane? Phil sighed. All right. So, Jane's not good at hiding her feelings. You know how expressive her face is. She couldn't keep a secret about what she had for lunch. She's tried a few times just to see if she could, but it's like she can't resist showing her true emotions. So that group of friends had gotten her all worked up. She was fixated on the idea of exploring new connections, but there was no way she could keep it subtle. Instead, she came to me all innocent and tried to convince me that opening our marriage could be a good idea. You know what I mean? Like a pass to experience something new. She suggested it might bring some excitement back into our relationship, that perhaps a little variety could deepen our appreciation for each other. She kept using that pleading look, you know, the one she does. Yeah. I remembered how she'd looked at me that Friday. I told her absolutely not. We agreed as couples that monogamy was our rule. Oh yes, we've all been pretty clear about that. Yeah, you'd think so. Well, I pressed her about where this idea came from, and she let slip that when it was just her and her friends, things changed. She shared their fascination with exploring relationships outside of marriage and hinted that she wanted to try it herself. It turned out her friends had been giving her advice on how to suggest it to me. Apparently, Dee volunteered to be a kind of buffer for Jane, but the rest of them talked her out of it, saying it would be too complicated. Wow. Yeah. Jane kept asking me to think about it. She tried to persuade me gently, suggesting we shouldn't dismiss the idea right away. I told her I'd need a few days to think about it and we'd discuss it later. You didn't actually consider it, did you? Not for a second. I thought about it briefly and decided I'm not interested. I took a few days to gather my thoughts for our upcoming discussion. She was on pins and needles, anxious about what I might say. She was sweet and attentive, trying to be the perfect partner. However, I was still furious with her, and I did not trust her. The whole time I was worried she was thinking about another guy. So I sat her down at the kitchen table that Friday and told her I was ready to talk. She appeared eager and nervous. I had 2 big manila envelopes for her. I said she would have to choose one when I finished talking. I said, Jane, I've been thinking about what you're asking me to do, where we're going with our marriage, and I've taken it all very seriously. I'm sorry I just brushed you off before and said no without really considering it. Well, I've considered it, really considered it. And I think that we have an open marriage already, and you just haven't mentioned it. Your friends seem to have influenced you, and I believe there's someone else you might be interested in. Who is he, Jane? How long have you known him, or have you been planning to see him? She tried to deny it and insisted that there was no one else, that she was just curious. I raised my voice out of frustration. I couldn't believe what was happening. I expressed my disbelief and called her out on her behavior. I had never spoken to her that way before, and it was a moment that left a significant mark. She was visibly upset, tears streaming down her face. Part of me wanted to comfort her, but I was overwhelmed with anger. I felt that our marriage was already strained beyond repair. She had dismissed my feelings, and it seemed she was moving forward with her own desires. I know the feeling. I bet you do. He shuddered. Sorry, bringing it back like this. I can still feel it. This was a few years ago, but I don't think I'll ever really be over it. God, I get it. What was in the envelopes? Oh, right. While she was crying on the floor, I opened the first envelope and threw a set of divorce papers at her. I'd already signed the documents and had them notarized. All she had to do was sign them as well, and that would be it. I'd file, and the marriage would end. I said she could have as many relationships as she wanted, but she would not keep me as a husband. I was done, no matter the circumstances regarding the house or children. I thought we were done, Jim. I really believed that was it. Jane is very good at getting what she wants, and if she wanted to see others, then we were essentially divorced already. I was just making it official. What was the other envelope? Blank papers and a business card. I told her that if she had any interest at all in trying to save the marriage, she needed to write down all the actions she'd taken and plans she'd made without my knowledge, such as the names and addresses of those involved. how long it had been going on, and what her future intentions were. All of it. Everything I was never meant to know about, all the discussions she'd had with her friends, needed to be included. The business card was for a marriage counselor I'd scheduled an appointment with for the next day. If she wanted any chance of staying married, she had to write everything down and bring it to the appointment, and I would meet her there in the morning. We might still end up divorced, but that was her only opportunity. I left her there and spent the night in a motel. I had a bag packed in my car and everything. Didn't sleep a wink. I went to the counselor's office the next morning, looking and feeling terrible and wondering if she'd show up. It was surreal. I was in a strange state, wondering whether I still had a marriage or not. It was out of my hands. She arrived looking worse than I did, with all the papers she managed to write on through the night. I was right, by the way. She had someone already chosen, a coworker she'd been close with for months. She said they hadn't really done anything yet, but yes, a hotel room had been reserved. When she saw me that morning, she repeatedly said, "I'm sorry," over and over again. Huh. You know, Linda hasn't said "I'm sorry" even once? Not once. Why not? For one, I haven't been around for her to say it, but more importantly, I think she genuinely believes that she hasn't done anything wrong. I'm the one being a spoilsport. Even now? Especially now. I'm sorry, Jim. Thanks, I guess. Well, that explains a lot. So, are you ready for the hardest part? It gets harder? Yeah, the reason you came to my office. You wanted to know what the girls were up to, beyond their usual mischief. Jane tells me all that now because that's the agreement we made with our counselor. Anything the boys aren't supposed to know, she reports to me immediately. If she tries to keep things from me, our marriage would be in trouble. She understands that. In return, I'm supposed to keep their secrets. I'm breaking that rule now, but Linda made it impossible to keep quiet. They all did, so it's not really a secret anymore. Okay. So what's the hardest part? The reason the girls chose that club and the hotel. There are rumors that Mark Lavaliere, the hometown hero, frequents there and has a way with women. They were looking for that thrill. They didn't think it would happen to them, but it was like buying a lottery ticket. Just the idea of it was appealing to them. That's according to Jane. When it actually happened, they were all super excited. It was just like they had talked about, just like what they had imagined. They were too caught up in it to think about how any of the husbands would react, especially you. I didn't remember much after that. I was just stunned. I didn't remember leaving the coffee shop or driving my car or going to the Willing Mind, but somehow that's where I ended up. I understood why when I went inside and saw Lynn. She smiled and waved me over to the bar. "Jim, just you today?" "Yeah, and I'm not staying long. I wanted. I need, sit. Have you eaten?" "Not much appetite, I'm afraid." "How about some loaded potato soup? On the house. You'll want it once you smell it." All right." She bustled back to the kitchen and emerged with an iced tea and a crock of soup. The place was far from busy. She was right about how the smell activated my hunger. "Lynn, I wanted to ask you something specific." "Shoot." "I didn't tell you where we were when Linda left me, did I?" "No." "You're pretty well informed about what goes on in this town. When we were here on Sunday, you mentioned that Lavaliere was quite the charmer. Do you know if he has any particular places he frequents? Any special spots where women seeking attention might go?" "Oh, well, there's..." "Wait, Jim, do you think this wasn't just a random thing? Do you think your wife was hoping this would happen?" "I have reason to suspect as much, yes. Do you know where these places are?" "There's a bar downtown. It's called Cahoots or something. Oh, and the Irish pub. Brennigan's. He's been known to show up there. And on Friday nights, he sometimes goes to that dance hall that's connected to the hotel. They both start with the letter M. Morrison's. The Madison. That's them. He rents out the penthouse at the hotel and takes his guests there. That's the word on the street anyway. 3 guesses as to where Linda and her friends decided to take their husbands that Friday night. Go on. Guess. Oh no, oh Jim, I'm sorry. Don't be. You're corroborating evidence I've heard elsewhere. And you were right about the soup, too. Thank you. Hey, any time. You don't know anybody else that this has happened to? Any names? No, but that shouldn't be too hard to find out. I mean, it's happened more than a few times. Keep your ear to the ground about that. Maybe I can start some kind of support group for jilted husbands. Not a bad idea. Of course, if you want to find that, you could just show up at any bar. I snorted. Then I was saddened by the fact that she was almost certainly correct. Next stop? The bank. I needed cash for bribe money. Then, on to the Madison. It was too early to try Morrison's. I doubted the club would even be open yet, but the hotel surely would be. Fortune was smiling on me as I recognized the desk girl from when I checked out on Friday. Robin. That's right. Hello, Robin, I said as I approached the desk. Good afternoon, sir. She'd barely looked at me. Then it flashed on her how I'd known her name from far enough away that I couldn't be expected to read her name tag. She looked up and was plainly startled into the situation. Oh my, I'm sorry, it's you, it's, Jim Johnson. You'll remember me from Friday night. My wife, Linda, ran out on me with Mark Lavaliere. Right. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry about that. It was, you didn't say Mark Lavaliere. Right. You don't seem surprised it was him. Ah, no. He does this kind of thing a lot, doesn't he? I really shouldn't say, because he's an important client, and I'm sure he tips well. I produced a $100 bill that I'd withdrawn from the bank and placed it into her hand. Word on the street is that he rents out the penthouse here and uses it for his interactions with married women. Listen, what you should or should not say is up to you. I get it. This is a hotel. People sometimes stray. Those who stray are an important part of your business. Celebrities are, too. I'm sure that your bosses don't want you to rock the boat, so it's an unspoken part of your job to look the other way. I understand. Don't worry, I'm not going to raise a fuss, and I'm certainly not going to involve you. All I want is just a little bit of information, so I'm not operating completely in the dark during the divorce proceedings. Divorce? I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, she left me and our kids for someone else. Emma is 6 and Tommy is 4. Here, look. I held up my phone with a picture of all of us together. Our family is breaking up because of another person. Apparently, he's known for it. I didn't know that on Friday. He must have a very good reputation, and a lot of people are enabling it. I hadn't been planning to cry, but I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't hide it. I'm not that good of an actor. Oh, sir. Just Jim. I just need to know. He was here, wasn't he? He took her to the penthouse that night. That connection between this place and Morrison's, that's part of it, isn't it? You shouldn't say. Yeah. How often does this kind of thing happen? How many marriages has he broken up? How many families has he affected? I really don't know, Jim. I'm sorry. More than just mine, I'm sure. Ah, yes. Look, you're right, okay? I'll get in trouble if I say anything more. Then don't. Just tell me if I'm wrong. Hang on. She scribbled something on a small piece of paper and handed it to me. She spoke quickly and softly. There's an app called Smoke Signal. It's for secure messaging. The communications vanish after you see them, And you can't take screenshots. I wrote my username down for you. I can't be on my phone at work, but I will get back to you if you message me. I can't do this in person. I can't say anything out loud. It would mean my job. Okay, Robin. Thank you. Thank me later. Have a good day, she said in a louder voice for anyone who might be listening. Next stop, Morrison's. It was still early, but maybe I'd get lucky and see someone who was working there on Friday night. On the plus side, there probably wouldn't be any bouncers. I doubted I'd have any better luck with the manager. He or she had to be in on it too. No luck. That bartender who looked at me funny was not there. None of the staff looked familiar. It was so early that they were probably only half-staffed. Only one of the busboys looked at me with any curiosity. I discreetly pulled out a bill from my wallet and approached him. "You're that guy," he said. "Friday night. You made quite the scene." Guilty. I shook his hand and he took the bill. "Not here," he whispered. "I have a break in 20 minutes. Meet me out back around the corner from where the guys are smoking." "Thank you." I left before anyone else noticed me. 30 minutes later, he showed up. "Sorry," he said. "Got hung up. Didn't want to look too eager to leave." "I get it. Look, my wife left with Mark Lavaliere that night. That's why I was so upset." "Yeah, I know. He does that a lot. Friday. She had dark hair, wearing a blue dress, right? That's her. I saw them going towards the Madison. I hear that's where he takes them." "Yeah, I figured that out already. Look, what I need to know is, do you know anybody else that he's done this to? Any names?" "No. I don't even know your name, mister." "Jim Johnson. I'm Jeremy." "So, I guess you're wondering why he went after your wife, specifically. Well, yeah, now that you mention it, that's easy. You were the happiest couple there. The way you were with each other. The way you looked at each other. Your friends all obviously admired your relationship. That's what got his attention. He seemed to target you both as a couple. It was like a challenge for him. That fit. So, Mr. Johnson, anything else I can help you with?" "Actually, yes. I need to know when this happens again. With Linda or with anybody. If I give you my number. Or, no, wait. Do you use something called Smoke Signal?" He looked surprised. Maybe I was too old for that app's demographic or something. "Yeah, I'm Dnuts 5624. What's your username?" "I don't have one yet." "How about Jilted Jim something?" "That'll work. It usually happens on Friday nights. I'll ping you when I see anything. I take it that you'll express your appreciation?" "Yeah. I'm not rich, but I'll take care of you. Spread the word, but don't let your bosses know. I'm pretty sure he's involved with them somehow." "No problem. Most of the people who work here dislike the management anyway. Just don't make any trouble I might get tangled up in." "You bet. I gotta get back. I see anything, anybody sees anything, I'll ping you. Nice meeting you, Jeremy. I wasn't hopeful about Brennigans, but after 2 pints of stout I didn't particularly want, I earned the notice of a sympathetic bartender named Sean, who got a $50 tip for a promise to give me a heads-up about the asshole, and a cocktail waitress at Cahoots named Kelly got a similar deal. Everybody got pictures of Linda and Dee to pass around to their friends, too. I couldn't tell you what I had for dinner if I even had any. I checked into the airport hotel, downloaded the Smoke Signal app, and created the username Jilted Jim 2681. I sent a message to Dnuts 5624 and Rockin' Robin 2558 to say hi and get in their contact lists. 1234 good for you was Sean, and Kill Ya Quick 7777 was Kelly. I got brief acknowledgments from everybody, and the messages later vanished without a trace, as promised. I couldn't use anything they sent me as evidence, but at least I had something I didn't have before. I also saw that Linda had been sending me messages again. I deleted them all without reading them. I knew what she'd be saying to somehow fix this unfortunate mess, which was not her fault, followed by promises to make everything right. Finally, she'd try to persuade me to move past my concerns and accept my situation as her husband, whose feelings didn't seem to matter. Again. I also knew what she would not be saying. "I'm sorry. I regret what I did, and I really wish I hadn't done it. I can't imagine what you're going through, and it's difficult for me to accept that I caused it." Yeah, nothing close to that was ever going to come from her. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. I was on top of the covers, fully dressed with my shoes kicked off, knowing that no sleep would come to me that night before I had to fly to Atlanta. I was blessedly wrong and almost missed my plane. Removing myself from the city and from the whole situation was perhaps the smartest thing I did at the time. All of a sudden, my problems were literally 1,000 miles away, and I had something to concentrate on besides the overwhelming negativity that had consumed me for the past week. I spent most of Friday and Saturday going over the files Larry had given me, and I thought I saw where most of the problem areas were. Also, the hotel had a small gym, and I remembered Pete's advice. I had nothing else to do, so I walked on the treadmill and tried some of the exercises described in little pictures on the machines. There was a rack of free weights, too, but I didn't really know how to use them. I just did what I thought I should, got tired and sore, then stopped. On Sunday, I called LW. He asked how things went with the counselor, and I laid out the whole interaction, more or less, right up to the point where she called someone quite impressive. "Impressive, you say?" I could hear the old man's eyes twinkling. That's what she said. At that point, my mind couldn't process it, and I had to leave the room. Well, for what it's worth, she might be more correct than she knows. That's not a good thing, mind you. Did you know that the word chivalry comes from the French chevalier, which literally means horseman, from cheval, the word for horse? Of course, it specifically means knight, and it is in fact a title of nobility and armored man upon a war horse, with the powers and privileges enjoyed by agents of the king or the local lord. We could also be talking about a knight-errant who simply wandered around everywhere, doing whatever they pleased, whenever they pleased, to whomever they encountered, with free license to do so. They even staged crusades to reclaim the Holy Lands for Christendom lands that they had no legitimate claim on whatsoever. They moved across what we now know as the Middle East, harming many along the way and taking what they wanted. They believed they had God's favor, while those they encountered were seen as misguided in their beliefs. They acted with a sense of entitlement, convinced of their own superiority. Of course, these knights almost always were of noble blood by birth, owners of vast estates of land because, let's face it, during the 12th through 15th centuries, armor was prohibitively expensive. Only the wealthy could afford it. A war horse specifically bred and trained for battle was similarly unattainable. Consider the size of the support team needed to maintain such an operation. There had to be squires, groomsmen, armorers, trainers, camp attendants, cooks, and more. A night on the road required an entire caravan for support. This was clearly the domain of the aristocracy. Much of the power and privilege associated with knighthood stemmed from wealth and status. The only additions were the expensive armor, specialized training in combat, and authority to exert power. That's another important word, privilege. Literally, private law. It means the usual rules do not apply to you. You're considered special, above the norms that civil society imposes on others. If you feel compelled, you could exert your will without repercussions, and historically, many in power acted with little regard for the consequences of their actions. This dynamic hasn't changed. Privilege continues to skew societal norms. So yes, knights in shining armor, les chevaliers, were often seen as a mix of rich, powerful figures. Some might label them as tyrannical or oppressive. They could manipulate circumstances to suit their desires, and that was often justified by their noble lineage as caretakers of the lands and the people they governed. In many cases, their actions could be viewed critically. Is Marc Lavalier chivalrous? Of course. He arrogantly took Linda away as if it was his right. That fits with certain old traditions of courtly love all the way back to stories like Persephone and Hades in ancient mythology. But Jim, you also embody a form of chivalry, though more like a knight from a particular story, not a French one. Are you familiar with the tale of Tristan and Isolde? No. I'll summarize it for you. Tristan, a young knight, was sent by his uncle, the King of Cornwall, to bring back Isolde from Ireland to be the king's queen. On their journey back, Tristan and Isolde accidentally drink a love potion. They fall deeply in love, but it's doomed because Isolde is already promised to the king. In some versions, they keep their feelings in check, but in others, they act on them, and both are consumed by guilt. Tristan had always looked up to his uncle, and the king treated Tristan almost like a son, which made things even more complicated and painful. The king began to suspect something between them but couldn't prove it, leaving everyone distressed. A famous part of the story is when Tristan and Isolde enter a cave or cottage meant for true lovers. They are watched by the king's courtiers, but the two lie on their backs, apart, not touching. Between them is Tristan's unsheathed sword, representing the barriers between them, whether it symbolizes honor, the king's authority, or their doomed love is up for debate. In the end, Isolde marries the king, and all three are left unhappy, stuck in their love triangle. In some versions, Tristan and the king end up killing each other, while in others, Tristan is exiled and marries a woman who bears a resemblance to Isolde. The royal couple never has children, and the crown passes to a rival. Where do you get all this, LW? Ah, from a mix of an old-fashioned liberal arts education and too much time on my hands. But the part that really relates to you is still to come. What's that? The name Tristan means sadness or sorrowful, and I haven't seen anyone as sad as you've been lately. Tristan fell in love with a woman who'd been claimed by a powerful king, and he's merely been keeping her warm until she gets to him. But Isolde loves Tristan too, even though she yields to the king's claim upon her, in accordance with her bond and the king's due. The royal connection is complicated because of the love between Tristan and Isolde, just as their own early feelings were hindered by Isolde's destiny. There's no good result for any of them. But the really ironic part? Ask me the name of the King of Cornwall. Go ahead, ask. Okay, what's the king's name? Mark. It's King Mark of Cornwall, with a K rather than a C, though. Sorry, it just fits a little too perfectly, doesn't it? He's exercised his power and privilege in a totally noble manner of claiming what he desires. But you're the one who truly sought her out, who got to know her and genuinely cared for her first. I stewed over that for a minute. Turns out there's a bit more to it than that, LDW. It seems he has some kind of obsession with disrupting relationships and creating turmoil. That's from the staff at the dance club. He's apparently developed quite a reputation for it that I did not know about. But get this, Linda did know about it. The whole reason she and her friends chose that club was because he frequents it. They were actually hoping to attract his attention. Linda was considering leaving with him before we even walked in the door. You don't say? So King Mark's claim pre-existed their meeting? The plot thickens? I suppose our Isolde always believed she'd belong to a prince if one ever showed up to claim her. She just settled for me until she found one at the royal ball. Ah, yes, her fairy tale aspirations. Very good. You're getting the hang of this. If only it helped. I held my head in my hands. You were right, by the way. About her not being sorry, she was completely unremorseful. She gave no indication that she regrets her actions or that she thought she'd done anything wrong. She's still convinced that the entire problem is that I'm unable to accept it. As I suspected, well, it's only been a week. We're barely into the 90-day waiting period. A lot could happen between now and then. Perhaps someone or something will come along that might shift her perspective. Maybe yours as well. Maybe. But in Susan's office, it was like talking to a brick wall. She was... I searched for an appropriately precise word. Unyielding. And everything I've learned since then has only made everything seem worse. There's an old folktale about a traveling merchant who offended a king, or perhaps he was accused of some crime. He was sentenced to death, but allowed to plead for his life. He said, "Your Majesty, it would be a mistake to end my life. I can perform wonders for you and for your realm. If you will allow me access to your stables and keep me as your prisoner for a year, I can teach one of your horses to sing." The king was skeptical but intrigued and figured, why not? If what he says is possible, I've got to see it for myself. If he's spouting nonsense, I'll still have him in my custody. So the merchant was led away back to his cell. One of the other prisoners said to him, "Are you crazy? You can't teach a horse to sing. The king will surely see you in trouble for this." The merchant said, "Oh, almost certainly, but now I have a year that I did not have before. And in that year much may come to pass. The king might die, and his heir may see things differently. I might fall ill. There might be a war which will cause everyone to forget about me. The castle might be invaded and I might escape. And who knows? Perhaps the horse will sing. You should write a book, LW. I've written two. But they're boring and old, like me. I could never deprive myself of the pleasure of telling such stories to dear friends. What else would I do to keep myself entertained?" The week went by quickly. The work consumed me. I didn't do anything but the job and slept at the hotel. I used the tiny gym 3 times. I managed to get everything at the Atlanta office back under control slightly ahead of schedule, and I'd return home as a hero. I was able to talk to Emma and Tommy while they were at daycare in order to avoid Linda. I called them at home once by getting Andy to show up at my house, and I called his phone so Linda's wouldn't even ring. Emma and Tommy told me that Mommy said Atlantis wasn't a real place, so I couldn't really be there. I didn't bother correcting them. At some point, I called Dr. Manette's office and tried to schedule another appointment for another discussion. Susan made me apologize for my outburst and promised that it wouldn't happen again. She assured me that she'd talk to Linda about how what she'd said was thoughtless and hurtful. She insisted that Linda had seen the error of her ways, and I should not expect to hear her continue praising the other man. We agreed on the same time the next Thursday, and she'd contact Linda. Then Friday night happened. It started with my smoke signal app. I'd forgotten I had it and didn't recognize its ping. It was 1,234 good for you. Ah, that's right. Guinness is good for you. The guy at the Irish pub. Sean. Your boy, the other man, is here. He's making advances toward 2 women who came in with a group. One might be your wife. He attached a picture. It was taken quickly and discreetly with the phone's camera, but it told me what I needed to know. The 2 women were Linda and Dee. The other man had his hand on Linda's shoulder and she looked delighted. I also saw Gus and the back of Rose's head, which meant Andy and Helen had to be there too, unless Gus and Rose were involved with each other. The place was packed. St. Patrick's Day wasn't until Monday, but Friday night already seemed to be starting the celebrations, and of course the Irish pub would be a busy place with a live band. I tried to save the pic, but Smoke Signal did its job and didn't let me, not even a screenshot. I smoke signaled Sean back. "Thank you, Sean. Yes, that's her. I'll make it worth your while. Good job and good luck tonight. I'm sure you're busy." I sent him another $100 through Venmo and wondered if any of my so-called friends were planning on informing me about this. My mind raced with possibilities, but I felt paralyzed about what to do. Find the kids? Tell Nana and P-Pop? Tell Linda she's been caught? Inform Dave? He deserved to know. Should I let Phil know? Or should I keep this to myself and set up a trap? If I called anybody at all, I was sure the news that I knew would get back to Linda. I was still troubled by all of that when Smoke Signal dinged again. Rockin' Robin, 2558. I'm sorry, Jim. Mr. Lavalier had the penthouse reserved, and he just arrived with your wife and another woman. I recognized her from that picture you showed me with your kids. I'm sorry. Please don't come here and start any trouble. I may have to call the police if I see you, but you deserve to know. Jilted Jim, 2681. Thank you, Robin. Don't worry. I'm in Atlanta this weekend and I couldn't show up there even if I wanted to. Is this the other woman? I'd attached a picture of Dee and Linda together from one of our previous nights out a year or two ago. Rockin' Robin, 2558. Yes, that's her. I'm sorry. For what it's worth, this is unusual. I've never seen him here with two women at once. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's not what you think. Jilted Jim, 2681. Thank you, that's very kind of you, but I'm certain that it is what I think. Here you go, check Venmo. That's for your trouble. I Venmo'd her another $100 and began to realize how expensive it would be to keep spreading money around town for news I didn't even want to hear. I spent the rest of the mostly sleepless night brainstorming my next move. Linda was not going to drive me out of my own house forever. It was time to start thinking about how to turn my strategic retreat into an advance. But even with my moving back into the house, nothing was going to be the same. I'd have to do some redecorating and reorganizing to make my own mark, claim my own territory. And if Linda didn't like it, too bad. I didn't like what she did either. So I got online and did some shopping. Tristan and Isolde is also apparently Tristan and Isolde, and it's been turned into an opera, a movie, and more. I ordered a poster print of the Salvador Dali painting, the one with the dandelion head. I also ordered a medieval arming sword, to my own amazement. I didn't know you could get such things online. Then I ordered 2 twin beds and started looking at room dividers. I spent the rest of the weekend touring the world of Coca-Cola, Turner Field, and the Atlanta Zoo. I meant to see the Fox Theater, but it was closed. Sunday brought me back to the airport and home again, where I checked into the suites. Work was work, and I was hailed as a conquering hero, though I knew I had already faced challenges in a much more important arena. Somehow, Linda got word that I was back in town and back at work, but she never figured out where I was staying. Either my car cover was working, or she let me keep my distance. She must have known she was on thin ice. She had no idea how thin. I wanted to see the kids, but I did not want Linda to intervene so we could just talk. I made it clear that wasn't going to happen until we saw each other at Dr. Manette's on Thursday. I hadn't let on to anyone that I knew about her situation with Dee and the other person, and I wasn't going to. I did want to get some more ducks in a row before Thursday, so I had to talk to somebody. Dave was out. He wasn't talking to Dee. Phil would tell Jane I'd called, so he was out too. That left Andy and Gus. Andy was probably more sympathetic, but I figured Gus was in more of a position to help me out, even if he didn't realize it. I didn't trust either one of them. Neither had alerted me to Linda's continuing behavior, so I was certain the wives had conspired to keep them quiet. What was that term? The ancient Greek concept where the women stopped a war by withholding intimacy? I had to Google it. Lysistrata. That was it. That's the kind of thing LW would know, but I didn't fully trust him at this point. I made the call. Jim? Gus, I need you to tell me something. Ah, yeah, anything, man. I could hear the tension in his voice. He had to be hoping I wasn't going to ask about Brennigans, but he couldn't appear reluctant to tell me anything either, so I didn't ask. Has Helen said anything about the next time we were all going to meet up? Another gathering? Oh, no, not specifically. No plans? No. Why? Are you and Linda? No, absolutely not. I'm asking about the group. Has anybody mentioned a location downtown that any of the girls were interested in? Oh, well, yes, now that you mention it. Helen said something like that a few weeks ago. There was some place Dee wanted to go. Do you remember the name of the place? No. Was it called Cahoots? Wait, yes, that was it. Thanks. I hung up. He called back. What the hell, Jim? You call me out of nowhere, nobody knows where you've been, and you just hang up on me? You told me what I needed to know. Goodbye. I hung up again. I didn't want to give them anything more. I hoped this would be merely puzzling. When it got back to the group's gathering, I was sure they'd be discussing everything. What did I know? Why was I so harsh on Gus? Were we not all friends? What did Gus say? Did he crack? It probably seemed like the situation was spiraling out of control, but how serious was it really? Serious enough, ladies. I composed an email and addressed it to Dave, Phil, Andy, and Gus. I didn't send it. I saved it as a draft and would wait for the right moment. Serious enough indeed. Serious enough that all of you are headed towards a difficult place. Linda and I arrived at the counselor's office around the same time and entered without a word. I was frowning and pacing. She appeared reserved and tentative. Jim, Linda, welcome. Susan greeted us with a wave signaling for us to sit. Before we begin, Jim, I want to let you know that Linda and I had an additional session earlier this week. I won't go into detail about our conversation, but we gained some clarity. Now, I need to ask you in person, Jim, not to repeat how we ended our session 2 weeks ago. I understand you were upset and your feelings were valid. However, your behavior was inappropriate and disrespectful, not just to Linda, but also to me and the goals we aim to achieve. It's important for us to maintain a respectful environment. I apologize, Susan. I recognize that my reaction wasn't appropriate. I regret if I upset both of you and possibly caused concern. That wasn't my intention. I was simply responding to feeling provoked. I assure you that I will manage my reactions more constructively from now on. I have a better grasp of the situation now. I remembered Pete's advice about what an apology should entail. Thank you, Jim. I accept your apology, and I'd like you to extend that to Linda as well. But first, she looked towards Linda, giving an encouraging nod. Linda took a breath and looked at me. Jim, I'm truly sorry for what I said 2 weeks ago. It was wrong of me to defend Mark in that way. I unfairly put you in the position of the bad guy while elevating him, and I have no excuse for that. Susan helped me recognize how my words affected you. You are my husband, and I should be on your side. I understand that now. Jim, Susan said, that was a sincere apology. There's a key term, apology. However, Linda, it hasn't gone unnoticed that you have yet to acknowledge what led to all of this. What do you mean? Linda seemed genuinely perplexed. When we met here 2 weeks ago, you never said "I'm sorry" to me. You didn't express any regret for the actions that contributed to our challenges. Your actions weren't the main issue in our marriage. My reaction was, "That's not true." Susan. I leaned back. Susan looked between Linda and me, taking a moment before speaking. "Linda, I'm sorry, but Jim's feelings are valid. I reviewed my notes before our meeting and noticed some patterns in your behavior. He has a reason to express what he feels." "No, that can't be true." "We discussed this in your session." "I said I was sorry. All those calls, all those messages. Jim, you never responded. Didn't you listen to them? Did you even read my texts? My emails? I said I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "Okay, Linda. No, I didn't engage with what you sent. Just as you chose to disconnect when you were with someone else, I shut you out too. I accept your apology for the incident 2 weeks ago. However, right now, regarding your actions, let's clarify. What exactly are you sorry for? For hurting your feelings, for embarrassing you in front of our friends, for making such a mess of things, for driving you away. I'm so incredibly sorry, Jim." There it is. You're sorry for the aftermath. You're sorry for the impact on you. Linda appeared stunned. You are not sorry for your actions. You have no regrets about what you did. You don't regret your choices or the consequences. The thrill of it seems to be what you remember most. Linda's mouth opened and closed in shock. Let's be honest, Linda. If you could have kept this from me, you'd tell yourself that ignorance is bliss. But since you didn't, you seem to think convincing me to accept it will make it right. You still believe you did nothing wrong. My feelings were an obstacle to what you wanted, and now you resent me for it. You seem to think if you could just change my perspective, we'd be reconciled. You still think the problem lies with me. Jim, she looked at me, desperation in her eyes. I don't know what to say. Then let's start with honesty. When we began therapy 2 weeks ago, we agreed to complete transparency. No dishonesty, no secrets, no avoiding the truth. I turned to Susan. Is that correct? Yes, that's the agreement. Linda, yes, of course. Because this kind of therapy won't succeed without openness and honesty. Ah, yes, right. When you two met on Tuesday, did you discuss what happened at Brannigan's Irish pub on Friday when you and Dee were out with the gang for an early St. Patrick's Day celebration? Susan raised an eyebrow and indicated with an open hand that Linda should respond. What was all she said. Linda, dear. I held her in place with my eyes. I think there's some relevant information you should probably reveal at this point if you want these sessions to go the way you'd hoped. Linda looked as if she were going to speak. Then she fainted and fell on the floor, twitching. Susan was on her in an instant, cradling her head, speaking softly, trying to bring her around. Linda, it's okay. You're safe. Can you hear me? Linda, you're safe. It's okay. I'm sorry, Susan. I didn't know that would be her reaction. This happens more often than you might think, she said. There's more than one kind of avoidance reaction. You ran away physically. She escaped into this. There are some smelling salts in my bag if you could hand it to me. Thank you. I don't think we need them yet. Linda, there you are. Here we are. You're safe, Linda. Wake up. Come around. You're safe. Linda was stirring, blinking, her arms moving from the elbows but not the shoulders. She started making noises that weren't words, then plaintive sounds. Finally, she spoke through gasps and sobs. No! You weren't supposed to know. You weren't supposed to know. You can't. You're not supposed to know. Susan looked at me. Okay, Jim, I think you've made your point. She maneuvered Linda off the floor and halfway onto the love seat, where she put her in a reclined position and elevated her feet. "Why don't you tell us what's got your wife so upset? Wouldn't it be better to give her the opportunity to come clean about it? I mean, I wouldn't want to get any of the details wrong, and I really don't want to hear 'it's not what you think' again, because I seriously doubt that she could handle listening to what I think." Linda just moaned and continued crying. "I can wait." I leaned back in my seat. It took a while. There was lots of feverish "no" and muttering of "you can't, no, you can't," and "I didn't mean it," along with just plain sobbing. When she finally pulled herself together, our session was nearly halfway over. Okay, she finally said. "Okay, how did you know?" "How did I know? Easy. I stopped trusting you, and I'm not foolish." She wept a bit more while saying, "You know what I mean? You mean which one of your friends revealed this to me? None of them. They all misled me, and I don't trust them any more than I trust you. I asked some staff there for any information they had about the married women that asshole was deceiving, and I gave them your picture." "How? Who told you we'd be there?" "Nobody. Honest. I didn't know you were there until I got the word from a bartender. Nobody in your group said anything about it. I know you convinced your friends to keep quiet and make whatever other threats they needed to ensure discretion. You all seem to have some kind of pact to support each other. No, it's not like that." "Aha. Then why didn't Gus or Rose reach out when you left with him again? They were there. They saw it. They're supposed to be my friends. Why didn't they say anything?" It wasn't like that. They didn't. We didn't. You've got it all wrong." "Then please explain to me and to Susan just what exactly happened last Friday. It's rude to leave her in the dark. Please don't try to hide anything or twist the truth. It's insulting. I know more than you think I know, and I will call you out on any deception." "I don't." "Gah!" she gasped with exasperation. "If you didn't know we were going to be there, how did you know to talk to the bartender?" "Oh, you're not going to like that answer. Not at all. And you're not going to like what it means. I'll tell you the whole thing, I promise. But you're going first. Spill it." She looked over at Susan, angry, puzzled, and defeated. "Okay. Well, we went out again. Our group of friends, the ones who were with us at the dance club that night. Dee was my pretend companion since neither one of our husbands are speaking to us these days. It was us and two other couples. I left Emma and Tommy with Phil and Jane and their kids for a babysitting play date." She looked back at me. "They got a puppy, by the way. The kids won't stop talking about it. We're not going to have any peace until we get one, too." She smiled, hoping she'd manage to change the subject. I twirled my fingers in a continue motion, and she sighed and turned back to Susan. "Mark was there. It was a complete coincidence. We didn't know he would be there. He remembered me. I didn't know if he would, but he did, and he came over and talked with me. He was very sweet and charming." "Linda," said Susan, "I'm going to interrupt you right there and remind you about what happened the last time you spoke well of him in front of Jim." Linda became very still. She noticed I'd turned red, and I was pretty sure a few of the veins in my neck might be throbbing. She started shaking a bit. "It's okay," I said. "Your friend is still a problem, whatever you think of him. Go on." "He's not my friend." "Whatever. Go on." "Jim," said Susan, "you promised not to try to antagonize Linda. She won't defend him, and you won't attack her using him, okay? This is about the two of you, not him. Agreed?" "Yes." I took a couple of deep breaths. "Fair enough. Sorry." "Okay, Linda, please, just tell us what happened." "Well, I ended up leaving." "For him." "You mean again?" "Yes." She looked at me. "I didn't mean for it to happen. It just did. Tell her everything, Linda. What else is there?" You left with him and Dee. You all went to the penthouse at the Madison, all three of you. Her face turned even paler. You know, like I said, I don't trust you. It wasn't like, oh, I can't believe I'm even saying this. We were both with him, yes. Sometimes it was one of us, sometimes both of us together. But it wasn't like that between me and her, except, yes, a little bit because he wanted it. But Dee and I aren't like that, not really. This was the first time anything like that ever happened. She buried her face in her hands. I don't know what you must think of me. Yeah. We sat in silence for a while. Eventually, she spoke again. How many places around town did you check to find out about this? This is the part you won't like. I asked around about him. Despite his public image, he's known for getting involved with married women. It's like a game to him. He enjoys it. He's even got a few places he frequents where women go, knowing what he does. It wasn't hard to figure out. I leaned in. But you knew that, didn't you, Linda? She started crying again, softly. I decided to push further. The Madison, the dance club. That's why Dee wanted to go there, isn't it? And Brannigan's on St. Patrick's Day, no way he'd miss a chance like that. I called Gus, and he said you all were planning on going to Cahoots. It wasn't a coincidence, Linda. More tears. All those excuses about I didn't plan it, and I didn't want it to happen, those were lies. You knew what could happen. Maybe you weren't sure it would, but you knew the possibility was there. And you were excited about it. You, Dee, Jane, Rosie, Helen, all of you knew. You brought us there hoping something like this might happen, and you, Linda, got what you wanted twice. And you're still planning on going again, aren't you? She kept crying. I pulled out my cell phone, called up the draft email I'd prepared, and hit send. I just sent that information to Dave, Phil, Gus, and Andy. Now all the guys know about the situation you ladies set up. How you used us without our awareness. One of the busboys at Morrison's told me that someone came up to you on Leap Day because we were the most adorably affectionate couple there. He focused on us because of how I was with you. You used me to get his attention, Linda. You used me to gain something you wanted. Then you went and did it again. He knew that the news about your arrangement would get back to me. Of course it would. He meant to make me aware of it. And let's not pretend you weren't planning to continue. You had already decided to go to that other bar. And even if that doesn't happen, he's got your contact information, and you've got his, or some way of communicating. He's not going to stop pursuing you until the divorce papers are signed. Then he'll move on to the next one. She was crying so hard, I'm not even sure how much of that she heard. Tell me, Linda, when you turned down Dave for that dance, did you do it just to attract him over to us? Just to keep me thinking about you? I didn't think it would happen, she managed to choke out. But you did it on purpose, knowing it might, hoping it might. I leaned back. I believe you for what it's worth. You didn't mean for it to work, but it did. When it happened, you took the opportunity. You got your wish. And you're still pursuing it. You're not going to stop. I stood up. Susan moved as if to try to prevent me from leaving, but I waved my hand to show her it wasn't necessary. I just wanted to stand, to think, to speak. The worst part is that you keep trying to play me for a fool, Linda. Sure, you don't know what you're doing anymore. It's gotten way out of hand. I get that. But you can't come clean or clue me into what's been going on. You keep insisting that you're innocent, that something beyond your control caused this. You want it to look as if you couldn't help yourself and don't know how it happened. That is not true. You know exactly how and why we're in this situation. You're deeply involved in something that hasn't ended well. You've been untruthful to me, and now you have no idea what to do, and I'm out in the cold. I'm not your partner anymore. I'm your unknowing accomplice. The way you've handled this, that's how it has to be, and you've made sure of that. You feel you have no choice but to keep me in the dark, as if I don't deserve to know what's really happening in my own life. I'm sorry. Say that again? I'm sorry. It was a mistake, all right? It was all one big, huge mistake. No. A mistake is taking the wrong can off the shelf at the grocery store. A mistake is forgetting a dentist appointment. No, this was planned, deliberate. It was a team effort. You were excited by the idea of it. You might not have actually intended to go this far, but you certainly followed through. She didn't have anything more to say. Neither did I. Well then, said Susan, you might remember that last time I said that infidelity in a marriage isn't as important as what leads up to it. It seems that this incident, these two incidents, weren't really random. Your group of friends, Linda, specifically the women, this is a kind of fantasy life that you all participate in? Is that correct? Something like that. She was hanging her head. And Jim mentioned something about how you help each other navigate these situations. You manipulate your husbands with subtle threats. We don't really do that. It's all just talk. Except for Dee, I added. She has a tendency to pursue romantic encounters and makes a point of sharing them with their little circle. Linda looked up at me and was about to protest, but she saw the look in my eye. Okay, fine. Except for Dee, yes. I don't know how you knew that, but you're right. I'm resourceful. But it's just been her. Nobody else has ever actually done it, not until now. Jane tried. She had a guy from work all lined up. Okay, yes, Jane tried, but Phil shut her down. She's been on her best behavior ever since. How? Did Phil tell you? Why would Phil tell me anything? Didn't you hear about the disagreement after you left Morrison's with that guy? We were ready to confront each other. I didn't even know the kids were at their house during your gathering. Linda, I'm starting to believe that none of these people are really my friends anymore if they ever were. All technically true. There was a lie of omission in there about having talked to Phil, sure, but Linda didn't catch it. She was used to thinking that she was the sneaky one. I did hear about the disagreement. Look, I wish you wouldn't hold it against them. They're still our friends, and our kids enjoy each other's company. I won't keep Emma and Tommy away from their friends, or the puppy. But for goodness sake, Linda, you've got to stop treating me like I'm naive. Like I couldn't possibly know anything unless you specifically tell me. I had no idea you held me in such low regard. I don't, Jim! You're one of the smartest people I've ever known. I love that about you. Then how do you think it's acceptable to deceive me like this? Did you really think I wouldn't be able to see through any of this? I thought, oh God, I don't even know what I thought. Yeah, I figured. That's called affair fog. I looked it up. People create some kind of alternate reality to justify their actions. And you've been keeping your little secrets from me for so long that you're used to it. I closed my eyes and lowered my head. It's my own fault, too. I viewed you with such affection for so long that you knew I'd believe whatever you told me. I'd already misled myself. And you were right. That's on me. But when you use that against me, when you turn my trust in you into a weapon, that's not okay. I've mentioned this before, but I don't think it ever really resonated with you. Jim. She was just shaking her head. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. About all of it this time. I should never have done any of this. I know I'm deeply regretting the consequences, but I also know I was wrong. We were playing a dangerous game that we should never have engaged in, and it got way out of control, and I'm sorry. I know I hurt you. I knew I would hurt you. I knew I was taking advantage of your feelings for me. I knew I was taking you for granted and manipulating you, and it was all about me getting what I wanted, and I was wrong. I shouldn't have wanted it. I don't actually want it. I'm sorry I did it. I wish it never happened. This is not how I want our marriage to work. You deserve better from me. You don't deserve any of this. You have every right to be as hurt and as angry as I've made you. It's not your fault, none of it. It's all me. I felt Susan's eyes on me. That's a start, I said. Thank you. Well, said Susan, it seems that we've made some progress today. Good work, both of you. Now there are some choices to make. I can't tell you what to do, Linda, but I can tell you that your continued association with these individuals especially, D, that is not compatible with the outcome you say you want. They've clearly been a negative influence on your marriage, and I hope I don't even have to tell you that continuing your communication with Mr. Lavalier is not acceptable. You'll have to break off all contact with him immediately if you want to have even the smallest hope of remaining married. It's not what you think. I'm afraid it is, she smiled sadly. You might choose not to see it that way, but yes, it is. It counts. And the level of honesty that Jim is holding you to, you're going to have to maintain that. No more deceiving yourself. No more deciding what you think Jim deserves to know and what he doesn't. It's far too late to keep playing those games. I understand that now. And Jim, you're going to have to figure out how to move forward. Are you finished running away yet? Mostly. I think I want to move back into the house. Linda's face lit up with surprise. Not in that way, Linda. For the kids. There are going to be changes, specifically our sleeping arrangements. Also, I won't be there full-time, neither will you. Did you look at the paperwork LW prepared? No, I still don't accept any of that. You're my husband. All the way. Forever. You're stuck with me, mister. She smiled, hoping to charm me. A month ago, it would have worked. This time it didn't. She could see it in my face. There's clearly still a lot of work ahead of us, said Susan. But as I said, it's a good start. My next appointment should be here now. Linda, is next Tuesday all right for you again? She nodded. I'll want to see you too, Jim, one-on-one. When are you available? I've got some stuff to arrange. I'll call you tomorrow. I'll expect that. She stood up. Again, good work. Miles to go, but we're moving in the right direction. I met my family at home for dinner that night, which surprised everyone, including me. I'd called ahead and rang the doorbell at my own house, which felt strange. Emma and Tommy rushed to me like a whirlwind, instantly surrounding me with their excitement. Daddy! 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 They were eager to tell me all about someone named Charlie. It took me a moment to understand they were talking about the Nessman's new puppy. Jim, this is your home. You don't have to ring the bell. Linda was dressed nicely, an inviting smile on her face, but it felt a little forced. Maybe it had always been that way. I focused on Emma and Tommy, who continued to chatter about everything they could think of. Charlie the dog. Emma said this, Tommy said that, and how we needed to get a puppy too, naming him Sven like Sven in Frozen, even though he's not a reindeer. Amid the joyful chaos, Emma asked me, Did you find the trolls, Daddy? Yes, honey, I found the trolls. Some of them anyway, not where I expected, but I think I can find more. So you're strong now. You can defeat the villain and come home. Something like that, yes. I can come back home, kind of, but the villain isn't beaten yet. Linda watched us and suddenly realized who the villain must be. She stepped back towards the kitchen, mentioning that dinner was almost ready. It was meatloaf. I really did love her meatloaf. Throughout the meal, Linda and I barely spoke to each other, as the kids were eager to keep me engaged with their lively chatter, even if it was about the most mundane topics. I'm sure they could sense the tension between their parents and were doing their best to run interference between us. Eventually, they wore themselves down and insisted on watching Frozen with me before pajamas, toothbrushing, story time, and bed. I managed to mostly avoid Linda throughout the process, and I'm sure she was aware of it. 3 hours later, I was ready to head out. "Jim, you don't have to leave," said Linda. "We haven't really gotten to talk." "I kind of do," I replied. "Look, I'm going to come by later and move some stuff around before I'm back. Things are going to be different. We're not going back to how it was." "I understand that, honey, I really do." She was careful about how she said honey. She wanted it to be casual, relaxed. It was a deliberate slip, meant to seem natural. It was a calculated risk on her part, and we both knew it. "But it's been hard with just me and the kids here. I've basically been a single parent for almost 3 weeks. It's a lot of work, and I'm so lonely. I need you here, Jim. We all need you. The kids need their father, and I need my husband." "Okay, those are 2 different conversations." "All right, I guess I suppose that's fair. But it doesn't change the fact that both are true. Look over the papers from LW, you'll see how this is going to work." "Seriously, Jim, you can stay here tonight, please?" "Oh no. Linda, there is no way on earth I'm staying in this house tonight. And even if I were, there is no way I would consider being close to you. Emotions aside, it's just not safe for me to even think about it." "What? What do you mean? Haven't you even thought about health risks? The situation you were in was complicated. How many partners has he had? Do you even know? You need to be cautious and think about what measures you took to protect yourself." Linda blushed. "Must you embarrass me like that, Jim? Mark is an athlete. He has to be clean, I'm sure of it." "Yeah, I'm sure that's what you would have thought, but it's something to be more careful about. These things can be hard to detect. You could have something for years without even knowing. You should really consider seeing a doctor." She had the decency to look at least a little bit ashamed. "Now that I'm thinking of it, D2, how many anonymous encounters has she had? You're on the hook for all that as well. You've been exposed to countless individuals engaged in unwise behaviors. So no, Linda, I'm not getting anywhere near you. Not now, not tonight, not this week or this month or any time in the foreseeable future. The thought of it still makes me uneasy, and I don't want to have anything to do with that situation. Shame on you. I guess nothing takes the edge off your fantasies like the thought of serious consequences." Linda was still upset when I left. The next day was a busy one. I slept fairly well at the suites and made an appearance at work the following morning. At 10:30, long after Linda would be at work and the kids would be at daycare, I made my way to my house with all that stuff I'd ordered. After a few hours, our queen-sized bed was gone from our shared bedroom, replaced with a room divider featuring our new medieval arming sword, splitting the space right down the middle, and a pair of twin beds, one on each side. New sheets and pillows were set up as well. Our respective dressers and nightstands were separated, never to mingle again. I had hung the framed print of the dolly painting on the wall opposite the divider. Linda would figure it out. They were all surprised to find me already at the house when they got home. I'd stayed and made spaghetti as a peace offering. The kids were only slightly less excited than they had been last time. If they maintained this level of enthusiasm, they might even still have some respect for me by the time they were teenagers. The babble was non-stop. Charlie, Frozen, Wendy's, love you all the way to the moon and back again. Then to Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune, and all the way back home again. Can we get a puppy, please? Linda, on the other hand, was puzzled but unwilling to talk in front of the kids. Was I home? Was this for good? Were we going to be okay after all? The nightly routine didn't give her a clue. I said nothing and did my best to act normal. The pajamas and toothbrushing, the movie and the stories all went as they always did. And every questioning look from Linda was met by a neutral expression from me. At one point, she must have gone into our room for something and came back with a look of confusion and frustration on her face. She did her best to hide it from the kids, but failed. "Mommy, why are you upset?" asked Emma as we were trying to usher her to bed. We had just put Tommy down. "I'm not upset." "Yeah, you are," she said, wide-eyed. "Why?" It's nothing you did. I'm upset with your father, and we're going to talk about it, but it's not your fault. It's nothing to do with you, okay? We still love you. Everything's going to be fine." Emma didn't believe her. Neither did I, but she went to bed quietly anyway. I was certain she wouldn't actually sleep for a while yet. "Not in the house. Outside," I said. We made our way to the little patio out back through the kitchen door. "What happened to our room? Where is our bed?" Linda was beside herself with frustration. "I did what I said. I told you there would be changes. You had no right to do that without even talking to me. I had no... Jesus, Linda, you walked out on our marriage while your friends supported you. You had no right. I guess that's just how things work between us now. Each of us makes decisions that affect our marriage and family without consulting each other. You were the one who started it." "That's not the same. That had nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with..." "The single most traumatic thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life had nothing to do with me? The fact that my wife chose to disregard our marriage right in front of me had nothing to do with me?" I turned to walk around the house to get to my car, but Linda grabbed my arm and pulled me back. "No! You don't get to walk away from me again! You're going to talk to me, damn you!" She had a point about me running away, and I had told myself I was done retreating. "Okay, let's get clear about one thing. Do you have any idea why I've been running away? Because you're a coward. Yeah, you're right. It's not just because I can't deal with you. I'm terrified. You know what I'm scared of? I'm afraid I'll lose control. I've never hit anyone in anger, especially not women. The first time I ever really wanted to was when I wanted to confront Dee about what you were doing. It was all I could do to hold back. And now, with us like this, it's hard to keep myself from doing something I'd regret. I could never live with that. So let's just take a step back." Linda released my arm and stepped back, taken aback. "Who are you? You've never spoken to me like that before." "Well, we're experiencing a lot of firsts together, aren't we? I have no idea how long this has been going on, and I don't know who you are any more than you know who I am." You never. It was..." She hung her head. "My mom hit me." "What?" "When I went to pick up the kids that Sunday. You'd taken them to Nana and Peepop's. I had to drive 3 hours each way. Thanks for that, by the way. When I got there, my mom slapped me right across the face, hard, without a word. She's never done anything like that before." She never raised her hand to me the whole time I was growing up. I never even got punished. I was shocked more than anything. It hurt. It really hurt. My face was red from where she struck me. It lasted hours. I could see it in the little mirrors in the car. But the fact that she did it at all, that hurt even worse. And what she said, too. What did she say? She said, "I know that must have hurt, but you'll get over it and you'll forgive me. You have to. You've got no choice." Then she turned her back on me and walked away. She went into the house and Daddy came out with the kids. They came running over to me with their little suitcases full of questions about why you were upset and why Nana and P-Pop were upset and who that person was. And Daddy didn't say a word. He just looked at me like I was something he didn't recognize. I was always Daddy's girl. I always had him wrapped around my finger. He'd do anything for me, even when I was being difficult. But as soon as he sent Emma and Tommy my way, he turned his back on me too. He went in and closed the door firmly. I can't believe I went all the way out there, and they were giving me the silent treatment. That hurt worse than if they'd yelled at me. I was prepared for their yelling, but I wasn't ready for that. I didn't know what to say to them anyway. I never thought you'd tell. Why wouldn't I? Because it was embarrassing. You didn't have to embarrass me like that. You've never said anything personal to my parents. Why would you? I just glared at her. Say something. I wanted you to feel ashamed. You weren't. You still aren't. You're acting without any regret. You think you did something great. You proved something about yourself. Well, you ought to know that kind of thing can come back around. I realized what I'd said after I said it. I guess I decided to make it hurt. Huh. Come back around. I guess you know that too now. I told you, it wasn't like that. With Dee, that was just for appearances. Yeah, you're involved with 2 other people outside the marriage now, and you're still telling yourself it doesn't matter. How can you be so delusional? I'm not involved with them. You were involved with them. You mean you're not with them right this minute? Is that what you mean? No. It was just that one time. It was the second time with that person that I know of, and I don't know how many times there were between those 2 occasions. I'm guessing it was at least 6 or 7. She blushed and would not meet my eyes. More? Does it matter? Not really. I don't even want to know. Once was too much. She said nothing. I know you were a daddy's girl. You kept him under your control your whole life. He made himself available to you, and you figured you'd have the same kind of hold on me. You always acted like I had no choice but to put up with your unreasonable behavior. You always got your way, and it seemed you could do whatever you pleased. Nobody ever told you there were limits, did they? I mean, as far as your father and then your husband were concerned. I should have known better. I should have expressed my feelings more directly. But I was always willing to go along with what you wanted because I love you. But you took advantage of that and changed. You've damaged our marriage through your choices. No, that's not true. You can't believe that. We're still married. You love me. You just said so. I do love you. There's the love we feel, and then there are the choices we make. They don't always align. They shouldn't always align. If they did, we'd be at the mercy of every fleeting emotion. We'd be helpless to make any decisions. Well, I can still decide what to do with myself. The right thing for me now is to have some self-respect because I'm not receiving any respect from you. I don't think I ever will. That's not true either. I respect you. That's not true. You treat me with complete disregard. Through this whole situation, it's been all about what you want. You want to pursue your interests, and you expect me to wait for you at home. You want me to overlook my feelings and move on. You want to stay married but pursue other relationships without considering how I feel. Did you ever think about me in any of this? Have you ever thought about us? You've taken me for granted the entire time. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you might want to realize that the world doesn't revolve around you. I'm not like that. I'm not. Yes, you are. A friend mentioned to my mom that she had a plan to help you understand your behavior. I'm glad she did because it might have benefited you. It seems like you needed someone to help you see things differently. Wait, what? How do you know? Your mom talked to my mom? Yes, I communicate with people. People talk to each other. I've been doing a lot of talking in recent weeks. Did you really think I wouldn't learn anything outside of what you shared with me? She looked startled. Don't worry, your friends didn't betray you. I could read between the lines and piece together what was missing. It was easy once I was willing to see the truth. She stared at the ground, shuffling her foot across the concrete. I want my bed back. I want our bed back with you in it. Again with the I want. What did I just say about this marriage not being only about what you want? You demanded that I stay and talk to you, but you won't even listen to what I have to say? What's the point? You know what this is all about? This isn't about what you want or what I want. It isn't about your so-called mistakes that you've carefully managed and misled me about and that you're still repeating. It isn't about my hurt feelings or wounded pride. The only thing that matters now are those 2 children in that house. That's it. That's all that matters. They are the only priority. I'm trying to find a way to make it work for them while you've got your head buried in your own issues. They need you. They need their father. And you ran away for 3 weeks, leaving me to handle everything while you were off wallowing in your feelings. You know what they don't need, Linda? They don't need a selfish, inconsiderate mother who is unresponsive to their needs. They don't need a mother who is neglectful of her responsibilities. If Emma is going to grow up to replicate that behavior, then I don't want to see that future. She said nothing. I heard her breathing, but there were no tears this time. Finally, she spoke in a quiet voice. Is that what you think of me? That I'm selfish and inconsiderate? I allowed the silence to linger as she absorbed her own words. I guess I can see why you'd think that. I have been selfish. And yes, I've been inconsiderate too. I realize that now, and it wasn't fair to you. Still isn't. I know. I was hoping you'd accept my flaws. I thought we could move past this together. I'm human. I can only take so much. You've shown me a lot of disrespect. You made choices that placed our family in jeopardy. There are many people out there who do not respect the commitments of others, and you made decisions that aligned with that behavior. I was staring off into the distance as I spoke. Even if you thought I was extraordinary, I was never a priority, was I? Neither was our marriage or our family. That was kind of the point, wasn't it? Prioritizing your needs above everyone else's? So yes, I have every reason to feel betrayed. I can understand that. I knew you'd be upset. I just thought you'd get over it and we could return to being a family. I keep repeating it to myself, trying to convince myself of it. We were quiet for a while. I started again. When your mom hit you, what do you think she was trying to say? Oh, it was obvious. She wanted to make it clear what I'd done to you. Going off with Mark, that was a slap in the face to you. Expecting forgiveness didn't make it okay for me to do it. And then when she demanded that I get over myself and forgive her like it was my responsibility, because I owed it to her, I did that to you too. It was arrogant. It was presumptuous. God, it was so cold. It changed our relationship. Your mom's a smart person. She took a big risk. I don't know how I'll be able to get past her hitting me. At least she was trying to help. She didn't do it because she felt like it or wanted to. It had to have been hard for her. I can forgive her because of that, but I don't have any right to demand forgiveness from you because I was just being selfish and thoughtless. She said it. I didn't. Dad's silence was worse. He was letting me know you were right not to talk to me. I'm the kind of person who's not worth being talked to. She started crying again. I'm talking to you now, I said. Thank you. That means more to me than I can even say. We still have the kids. Yes. You don't get to use them as tools, you understand that? They're not weapons. You don't get to use them as leverage to keep me. You don't get to threaten to take them away from me either. That's not fair to anybody, especially them. I know that. Good. Speaking of that, what is up with that sword? Why is that in our bedroom? Ah, well, it's a message, an allegory. Then use a picture of a sword or something. I don't think it's safe. It's a sword, I said, lowering my voice. It's not meant to be safe. There are children in the house. It's educational. What if they hurt themselves? Then that will be an important lesson. Linda looked at me for a moment, then came to her senses. Wait, is this some nerd thing? You're quoting some nerd thing at me, aren't you? Terry Pratchett. Yeah, I've been waiting my whole life for an occasion to say that. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. Not really, no. I'm still pretty miserable. Then don't be. Okay, honey? Just let it go. Just come home. Just be here and let everything be like it was. God help me, that almost worked. I stood there for I don't know how long. Jim, let everything be like it was. What was it? What did we have? It certainly wasn't what I thought, was it? If what happened was even possible to begin with. No. I don't want to live in a situation where you think I'm someone you can walk all over while you go out and live freely. That's how you've seen me for a long time, maybe even longer than we've been married. So no thank you. Not going back to that. That's not what I mean. We had things pretty good, didn't we? As far as I knew, yes. But I never knew the truth. I wasn't allowed to. You didn't think I deserved to know the real deal. I didn't know you and Dee had formed a close circle while I was completely devoted to you. I had no idea that you had any of this in you. I never imagined you would pursue connections outside of our relationship, especially ones that I wasn't meant to discover. So what was it that we had, Linda? What is it that I'm supposed to want to go back to? Ignorance. The fantasy life that you never shared with me. The activities you engaged in with your friends when I wasn't aware. Why should I want to go back to that? It was all a lie. Jim, our marriage, our family, that was real. That is real. That's what's important. It was an illusion. Our marriage and family took a back seat to your other pursuits as soon as you had the opportunity. You knew what was going on with our relationship, but I didn't. I never knew where I really stood with you. That's not true. That's precisely what has turned out to be true. You may dislike it, I certainly do, but neither of us can deny it. I'm denying it. Then you're in denial. Am not. She pouted playfully. I shook my head. R2, look, this isn't happening. Not tonight. Here's the deal. You get your half of the room to live in. That's your space. I get mine. That's my space. We don't have a shared space together because we're not together. We're not going to be at the house at the same time. The house is a home for the kids. We'll take turns being there for them. We'll get an apartment or a condo, 2 bedrooms, one for you, one for me. When one of us is there, the other is at the house, and vice versa. Co-parenting, partnership. When the kids are grown, we can all decide what to do with the house, then you'll go your way and I'll go mine. No. What do you mean, no? That's the deal. That's how we can make it work. I don't accept it. We're staying married. Period. No apartment. No condo. I'm not going along with any of that. I didn't get a choice, Linda. You don't either. This isn't fair. We're a long way from fair. I agree. Just look at how we got here and then talk to me about what's fair. I pulled away. I'm going now. It's late. I'm tired, and this has taken a lot out of me. I'll keep my phone on, and I'm not going to be inconsiderate and ignore your calls if you stop sending the same repeated non-apologies you've kept throwing at me, okay? Okay. I care about you, Jim. I care about you too, Linda. Good night. I wished I didn't still care for her. I was still working on that. The next few weeks were surreal. I was camping out in the suites and quickly wearing out my welcome. I was going to have to come up with something long-term. I never stayed at the house, but I was there every evening and sometimes came by in the morning too. I made breakfast and dinner and did the bedtime routine with Emma and Tommy, who adjusted to the new situation more readily than I thought they would. Life transformed for me. I found myself living beyond the hour-to-hour existence I had endured. The constant worry and anxiety that once filled my days began to fade. Days turned into weeks, which flowed by more smoothly than before. I started to accept the reality of estrangement and divorce, even though Linda was still resistant to change. She would not spend a single night away from the house, insisting it remained her home. I struggled with the tension of being a part-time dad, but Linda maintained that my presence in the house was essential. Our sessions with Susan Manette were unproductive. I sensed that reconciliation was no longer an option, shifting the focus away from my recovery to Linda's needs and desires. I was left questioning her motivations. If she could not retain me, what vision did she have for her future? We were going in circles with no clear path forward. Linda acknowledged that we needed to build something new rather than revert to our previous dynamic. But I doubted that realization had truly resonated with her. I was correct about someone from Linda's past reaching out to her. He called her several times, which she admitted, but seemed to be trying to prove her honesty to me. He even sent her flowers once, which she claimed to have returned. Nonetheless, she showed me the note he included, though it was rather cliché. Linda also played me the voicemails he'd left. "Hi, Linda, this is Mark. I'd really like to see you again. Is this a good number to call you on? Call me back and let's set something up. See you soon." "Hi, Linda. Mark again. Sorry to call you twice, but I really do want to see you again. I think back to our previous moments and I just knew there was something special. I believe you felt it too. You have such an amazing spirit. I would love the opportunity to get to know you better and your kids as well. I cherish what we shared, and I would like to explore that connection further. I know you're married, but I believe we could have something meaningful together. Linda, you owe it to yourself to consider where this could lead. You've already taken a step. Maybe it's time to take another. If that person ever gets near my kids," I heard myself say, "I won't let that happen. I'll vanish from society, live under a bridge, do whatever it takes to remain unnoticed, and I will ensure he doesn't interfere with my family. I don't care about the consequences. He will not get my kids. Never. Not if he wants to live." "Jim, please don't say things like that. Mark has never met the kids, and he's not going to, okay? Don't worry about that. I will decide for myself what I need to worry about. Thank you very much." I glared at her. "So, did you call him back?" "Yes." "What did you say?" "I told him I was trying to work on my marriage and I needed time and distance. I didn't tell him not to call me again. I thought that maybe..." "Maybe? What? You'd expect me to accept that arrangement?" "Don't say that. It's not kind. It applies. It's not fair to me." "Well, was that the idea?" "Not like that." "Aha. So, more like, what Jim doesn't know won't hurt him?" "No, not. I mean, I was trying to be considerate." "Shows where your priorities lie. This was before your last outing, I take it?" "It wasn't. Oh yes, this was before that." "Had you arranged to meet him there?" "No, he was just there." "Were you expecting him to be there? Or no, forget that. Did you have any idea that he might be there considering that's one of his usual spots?" She was silent. "I'll take that as a yes. He's not my boyfriend. Look, he kept calling me after that. I finally told him to leave me alone. Here." She played another recorded conversation. She hadn't shouted or sounded upset. She had told him that yes, she enjoyed their time together. If she tried to deny it, he wouldn't believe her. But she wasn't interested in ever seeing him again for any reason, in any situation, and she wouldn't trade one day with her husband for a lifetime with him. He tried to tell her she didn't mean it. That was the wrong thing to say. "I meant exactly what I said," she responded forcefully. "You have nothing to offer that interests me. I never want to see you, hear from you, or receive anything from you as long as I live. Now I will hold you to your word to never contact me again in any way." There was a pause. He replied, "All right, your loss," and the call disconnected. I took it in. "Well, that was all very nice, but there's still a problem." She looked at me with her questioning eyes. "I don't trust you. That was the conversation you played for me. I didn't hear the conversations I don't know about. The ones where you might have arranged what to say in that little dramatization I just heard. For all I know, all these messages and conversations could just be a performance to divert my attention. Or maybe you think you're helping me. Jim, I could never do that to you. I have no idea what you could or could not do to me. Neither do you, it seems." She looked at her feet. "You don't trust me at all, do you? You don't believe me." "I don't. No. I can't. I shouldn't. I'd be a fool to try." "I always thought of myself as a good person, you know," she said. "You've said that to me. I don't know how many times, but now I don't even know what's true about me anymore." Does a good person leave her husband sitting alone to pursue another man? No. Does she buy a special dress for her husband, then wear it to go out with somebody else? Hell no. Good people keep their promises, don't they? What does that make me, then? She took a couple of breaths to settle herself and went on. "I knew when we married that I wasn't the prettiest girl you had dated, or the best partner, or the smartest. But one thing I brought you was my fidelity. If I gave you nothing else, I could give you that. I would go to my grave a faithful wife, but now that's gone, and it's gone forever. I can never again say those words, however much I might have disappointed you. At least I'm a faithful wife. Never, ever again. And worst of all, it's my own fault. You think that's easy to deal with?" she shouted before dissolving into tears. "Even with all the games you played with Dee and the other girls, all that talk about unfaithfulness. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean any of it. It was all just fantasy. I mean, yes, Dee was doing her thing, and it was exciting to talk about, and yes, I helped keep her secrets. And Jane came close, but in the end she didn't. I never did anything. It was all just talk. I swear it. I mean, it's not like you valued fidelity very much for all the years that you were doing that. Maybe that was the point. Maybe I valued my faithfulness because I'd spent so long dancing on the edge. Or maybe it was the other way around. It felt safe to get that close, to play that game, because I was confident I'd never actually go through with it. I don't know. I just don't know. But there is one thing left that I do know. I love you, Jim, heart and soul, today just as deeply and truly as I ever have. As surely as I have a heart or a soul." She had settled down now. She sounded weary beyond the telling, as if that final statement had exhausted her last reserve of energy. Her eyes closed and she slumped against the chair, and I bid her good night. Our little friend group had shattered. The email I sent to the guys not only called them out for not telling me about Linda and Dee's latest adventure at the Irish pub, but I revealed that our little clique was actually two different groups with the same set of members. The first was the secret group of women who'd been either unfaithful, assisting each other, planning to stray, wishing to be unfaithful, or talking about unfaithfulness, playing the husbands as oblivious. That was the core reality. The second was a gathering of couples, with the husbands unaware of the underlying tensions among the wives, who presented cheerful facades while navigating their betrayals and manipulations. I wanted to clarify the dynamics for the men involved. They needed to understand their vulnerabilities. Each of their wives could have chosen a path of deceit, supported by the others, and influenced the men without their knowledge. Dave and Dee finalized their divorce, with Dave moving in with Pete. Phil and Jane distanced themselves from the group, although we allowed our children to maintain their playdates. Gus prepared divorce paperwork for Helen, who felt remorseful and wanted counseling, agreeing to limit contact with the other women. I wasn't sure if they proceeded with it. Andy and Rose simply disappeared together, and I hoped they found happiness. I received some late apologies from Gus and Andy, who were upset over their wives' actions preventing them from confiding in me about the situation. Gus expressed particular frustration, realizing Helen might have rallied others against him had she been unfaithful herself. The planned outing to Cahoots never took place, not with any of the group together. I had not lost touch with the connections I made through Smoke Signal and had even grown my network. There was a group chat about ongoing events, keeping me informed, though I hadn't acquired any names. Then, one day, Robin, the desk clerk at the Madison, linked me with Allison. I met her at Fortunato's, a pizza place near the university. With checkered tablecloths and decorated walls, it was a cozy, if somewhat aromatic, setting. I hoped she picked up on the informal atmosphere. Allison appeared to be a moderately attractive woman with straight blondish hair, but there was a hardened look about her. She likely had reasons not to trust easily. "Pleased to meet you," Allison said, shaking my hand firmly as she settled across from me. "So, Marc Lavaliere, huh?" "Yeah. Let me guess. You had a date night at a club and he just grabbed her for a dance without asking, right?" "Pretty much exactly. We were there with 4 other couples and he did it right in front of everyone." "Ouch. That makes sense." "What do you mean?" "He enjoys the drama of taking a woman from her partner, especially in public." "So I've heard. It's true. Do women actually go along with that? Even when they're supposedly in happy marriages? That's the part I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around." "Well, he's very good. He knows exactly how to sweep a girl off her feet. He makes us feel the innocent, giddy rush of a schoolgirl fairy tale romance with an undeniable charm. It doesn't hurt that he presents himself as the healthiest specimen of manhood most of us will ever see. It all starts off innocently with just a dance, and for a few moments we tend to just forget all about our husbands. Then he escalates, and before you know it, emotions run high." "Sounds like you still admire him." "Absolutely not. The very thought of the man makes me sick now." The server came around and we ordered a pitcher of beer and garlic knots. The garlic knots at Fortunato's are kind of the whole point of going there. We hadn't given a thought to food yet. "So what's your story?" she asked. I told her. "You've heard it, and in a lot more detail, but I recounted most of it, including my scheme of dividing the bedroom in half. The garlic knots were amazing, the size of cinnamon rolls, steaming hot, dripping with chunks of minced garlic and oil, and fragrant enough to fill the room. We ordered a New York-style cheese pizza, and when it came, it had the perfect sauce-to-cheese ratio, and the crust was done perfectly. It would have been magnificent if we weren't so miserable." "Well, you've done better by your wife than Barry did with me. He kicked me out of the house and told me to go to hell. Divorced me so fast I barely knew what happened. Didn't even matter that we have a daughter." "Wow. Just like that?" "Just like that." "How? It couldn't have been any worse than what Linda did." "It was exactly what your wife did. Lavaliere has this ritual, I guess. I was out with Barry for our 10th anniversary. Mark took me away from our table for a dance. I was in heaven. I wasn't thinking about Barry at all, to my everlasting shame. We were dancing and dancing, and I don't even remember leaving the club, just the feel of his presence and the excitement I hadn't felt in years. Somehow we ended up in his room at the Madison, and I was overwhelmed by emotions I had never experienced before. I must have lost track of time because suddenly I woke up in a strange bed, unsure of where I was. It wasn't until that moment that I remembered Barry and our anniversary. I was mortified. I was in shock. I was so afraid. And then Mark was there, awake and in my company, calming me down and assuring me that I didn't need to worry, that he'd take care of everything. I'm sorry to say that it worked. We spent more time together before breakfast. The thing is, it wasn't like anything I'd experienced before. I was present, but he was leading the way. I was the body he was doing it to. It was a performance. I felt like some kind of instrument being played by a musician. There was a kind of intimacy to it, but it wasn't romantic. I thought it was at the time because I didn't understand what was happening. I put it all into the only context I knew. It had to be true love, didn't it? Well, no, it wasn't. It was anything but that. It was a celebration of victory. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. When I finally came home the next day, Barry was beyond furious. I knew he'd be mad, but I'd never seen him like that before. I had no idea about the depth of his anger. It shouldn't have taken me by surprise, but it did. See, I had it in my mind that I'd been on a grand adventure, like a little vacation from our marriage. The whole thing felt so unreal that it was almost like it didn't count. But hey, I was home, and we could pick up right back where we left off, right? My feelings for Barry hadn't changed. I knew I'd have to make it up to him, but we'd still be okay. A marriage doesn't have to end just because one person gets a little carried away. That's how I rationalized it. She stared straight at me, stopping time with her gaze. I have never been more wrong about anything in my life. The Barry I knew was gone. There was nothing left. The man waiting for me at home was someone I had never fully known. He actually struck me across my face. It was the first and only time he ever reacted that way. I didn't know what to do. I ran from the house in tears. I mean, that's domestic abuse, right? I had nowhere to go. I had no one who would understand. So let me ask you a question, Jim. Where do you think I went? Oh, no, you didn't. She nodded ruefully. You got it. I went right back into the arms of Mark Lavaliere. He flooded me with support and encouragement. He said he believed in me and he believed our connection was something rare and special, and it took courage for me to leave my difficult situation and come back to him where I belonged. I fell for it. What I didn't understand at the time is that Mark is a narcissist. What he was doing is called love bombing. It's a way of controlling people and bending them to your will. If they flood their target with emotion and support while also cutting them off from everyone else, they become the center of the universe. That's what every narcissist wants. If their victims slip away or ignore them or demonstrate any kind of independence, they react with intensity. This guy sounds like a total nightmare. Jim, you don't know the half of it. He destroys relationships for sport. He wasn't coming after me because he wanted me. He just wanted to create chaos. Barry changed the locks on the house that very day, as I later learned. He was finished with me. He had a lawyer drawing up the paperwork in a matter of hours. The divorce happened very quickly. I asked for nothing, not even custody of Jenny. I ended up owing Barry child support. Mark told me he'd take care of it and I didn't have to worry about anything. He was looking forward to our new life together. That's what he said. Well, as soon as I felt secure in my new life, it was over. Mark had no more use for me. He had a new interest in his life, and I was left without a place to go. God, that's awful. The thing is, I felt like I deserved it. I still feel that way sometimes. I mean, I didn't have a perfect marriage. Barry and I had our differences just like everyone does. Every marriage has its challenges and tough times, doesn't it? We had disagreements, but we always made up. We weren't rich, but we weren't struggling either. We cared for each other well enough. It was real. It was genuine and sincere, lived in, scars and all. Things were good a lot more often than they weren't. She stopped and took another garlic knot, contemplating it for a moment. I admit our marriage suffered a bit after we became parents. That's pretty normal, isn't it? But being a parent was so worth it. Jenny was my life. She's a miracle. It was hard to see sometimes when the work just never ends and exhaustion sets in. But being her mom is the best thing I ever did. I couldn't imagine my life without her. But I turned my back on all of that. I betrayed everything I had, everything I was, just to chase a fleeting dream. My family couldn't rely on me. I deserted them, and that's on me. I was misled, yes, but it was my choice, and I'll be paying for it for the rest of my life. Marc Lavaliere cost me everything: my husband, my daughter, my home, my family, my friends, my self-respect. Wow, I hardly know what to say. What have you done with yourself since then? How have you been able to cope? I haven't done much. I haven't done well. The best thing I can say is that I'm rebuilding, or trying to. Jenny was 8 at the time. She turned 9 during the divorce. She's 11 now. I don't have full custody, but I have every other weekend, half the holidays, and a month during the summer. The time I spend with her is awkward. She still hasn't fully forgiven me, but she knows how troubled I've been and sees me trying to make it up to her. At least there's that. I'm trying. Barry is now civil towards me, which is more than I expected. We've managed to co-parent. We have a kind of truce. Jenny is neutral ground between us. He's never tried to turn her against me. But the way he looks at me now, he tries to hide it, but there's nothing in his eyes for me but disdain. He's just dismissive. He doesn't look at me with any warmth. I'm just pathetic to him. She swallowed a small sob. He knows how badly I got burned. He doesn't need to do anything else to me to have his revenge. He doesn't lord it over me or say, "I told you so." He doesn't have to. Barry hasn't remarried, and I don't think he will anytime soon. I don't think he's even really dated anyone, not seriously anyway. He's got a lot of perfectly understandable trust issues. I changed the nice, gentle, decent man he was. He's probably going to be as miserable as I am for the rest of both our lives. I know I don't have any hope of getting him back, ever. I haven't dated anyone else either, and I don't really want to. I mean, being with Mark was like a drug. It was a high. It's like I overdosed on that aspect of life, and now I've lost my taste for it. Plus, I've got my own set of trust issues now. So, nobody knew? For either one of you? My interest in dating faded away 2 years ago. I'm glad to be rid of it. It's caused me nothing but trouble. She regarded me with sudden alarm and then pointed at me with a pizza crust. "This," she said, waving the crust back and forth between us, "this is not a date. You understand that, right?" Oh no. Is that what you think? I mean, it's not that you're unattractive, but... I was digging a hole and feeling flustered. I mean, I can't even think about it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Were you getting that from me? Like I didn't mean to. I'll just stop talking. No, not a date, not now, not any time. Relax, sorry. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come off that way. I just have my guard up, but... Okay, so why did you want to meet with me? Just to share stories? Kind of. I mean, the thing that really bothers me is that I don't understand why. Not really. Linda can't tell me. I don't think she even knows. I mean, there are some things I've learned and other things I've come to understand that were right in front of me that I never understood before, but I can't talk to her about it. She's a whole different person now. But also, she's always been a whole different person and I just couldn't see it. It's like I never knew who she really was or how any of this could happen. So I guess I was just looking for some other perspective. I can see that. She mopped a pizza crust in the garlic. Well, I don't know your wife, and I don't know you either. I don't have a clue about what your marriage was like. But I can tell you that Marc Lavaliere targeted your wife because he saw the vulnerability that makes his little game possible. His target is happily married, or she thinks so, but she's also bored, maybe tired, and probably feeling older and not so beautiful. Not because of anything you did or didn't do. That's just marriage. No matter how romantic you try to be, if it's coming from her husband, it doesn't mean as much. It's your job to demonstrate affection. It's nothing special anymore. That simply can't compete with the rush you get from the unexpected attention of a charming stranger. It creates a euphoria that's unlike anything else. Except, of course, in the beginning, when you were the charming stranger. I've heard something similar before. Boring old Jim can't compete with someone shiny and new and, well, better in every way. But it's such a cheap trick. It is. A cheap trick. And it works. Do you know how many thousands of women get complimented by random guys and it boosts their spirits for their husbands? It becomes uplifting material too. Just receiving the message that you're attractive, even from a passing stranger you wouldn't date, makes us feel beautiful. She shook her head. And Marc uses it like a weapon. A thought occurred to me. It was crazy, but... Do you think you could talk to her? Who? Your wife? Why? Because she doesn't understand what she did. It's been more than a month. I haven't touched her since. That event, and I'm not going to. I have divorce paperwork prepared. I have a plan for the kids. Yet she thinks I just need to get past it, and everything will return to how it was before. Part of her thinks so anyway, and she clings to that even though our marriage counselor has tried to tell her that she's in uncharted territory. It doesn't sink in. And maybe my sad tale will scare her straight? Is that it? Or at least help her understand that this kind of behavior really does affect marriages. She looked at the tablecloth for a few moments. What the heck, she said. It's not like I've got anything better to do. Barry's got Jenny this weekend anyway. Keep your wife at home and I'll swing by Saturday morning. A visitor in her house might serve as a wake-up call. I arranged to have Emma, Tommy, and Sven spend Saturday with the Nessman kids and their dog, Charlie. After dropping them off, I met up with Allison at the coffee shop, where I bought 3 drinks and a bag of breakfast sandwiches, and she followed me in her own car back to the house where Linda was waiting. Linda had put on a striking sweater in that same blue to bring out her eyes and was smiling at me until she noticed Allison behind me. Jim, who's your friend? She glared at Allison, who stood calmly holding the drink carrier. You must be Linda. I'm Allison. Do you know who I am? Have you heard my name before or seen my picture anywhere? I have no idea who you are or what you're doing in my house with my husband. She appeared openly confrontational. You're jealous? Oh, that's interesting. Allison stepped across the threshold behind me. Jim, who is this woman and why is she here? I thought we were going to use this time to... talk. She meant that she was going to use this time to try to connect with me. I'm Marc Lavaliere's ex-girlfriend. One of them, anyway. Linda stepped back a bit. He never mentioned me? I never came up in your conversations? No. I'm not surprised. He's probably forgotten all about me by now. It's been about 2 years. There have no doubt been many more relationships since mine. I'm not Mark's girlfriend. Allie snorted. Okay, so you don't understand how this works yet. Look, you don't know me, but I know you. I was in your position. When I first met Mark, I was out at a club with my husband Barry, celebrating an anniversary. Mark took me away for a dance, which turned into quite a lot of dancing, which somehow led to a private moment between us. Does that sound familiar? All of the color had drained from Linda's face. She had crept into the living room while Allie was speaking and finally slumped down on the love seat. Allie joined her with the coffees and wordlessly handed her one. Let's get something out of the way first. I have no designs on your husband. I haven't been involved with him, and I'm not going to. I'm sure he's a lovely man, but if there's one thing I hate more than anything else, it's infidelity. Mark Lavaliere turned me into someone unfaithful, and it ruined my marriage and my life. I'm not going to have anything to do with that ever again. Jim is still married, at least for now, so he's off limits. Even if he weren't, my own love life is a ruin, and I doubt I'll ever love again. So I pose no threat to you. Understood? Linda nodded, still in shock. I'm here to tell you 3 things, then I'll be on my way, and you and Jim can have your talk. Hopefully, you won't have to hear from me again. The first thing is that you are not special. Mark has been charming you and making you feel like you're something extraordinary, and you can't even believe it's real. That's because it's not. You are being manipulated. This is what he does. He thrives on pursuing married women. It's a power trip. If you weren't so obviously in love with Jim, Mark Lavaliere would never have looked your way. You are just a passing interest to him, and you're the latest of many. Once your life has been disrupted beyond repair, he'll find another person to pursue and leave you behind as soon as your situation changes, just like he did with me. Listen, you've got it all wrong. It's not like that. It's, yeah, I said the same thing. You're in denial. That's phase 1. I know there's no talking to you right now, but I'm saying it anyway. It might sink in eventually. Number 2. Hang on. Nah, I've got things to do today and I want to make this quick. Number 2 is that you made a serious mistake. You did something that has harmed your marriage and there is no going back. I don't know of any marriages that have survived Mark Lavaliere. If there are any, I guarantee they didn't come out unscathed. Right now, Jim doesn't owe you anything. You're completely in the wrong. And if you think you're going to stay married to him, you're going to have to reset your expectations. Look, you've got a lot of nerve. Lady, I am you, remember? I know your story. I lived through it myself. He did to me what he did to you. Now I'm divorced, I've lost my daughter, my home, I lost everything, and it's happening to you right now. But you don't seem to understand any of that yet. I'm here to help you see it. It's not like that. I wonder if you're fooling yourself with that kind of talk because you're not fooling anyone else. You can't talk to me like that in my own home. Allie turned to me. Does she still live here? For the moment. But that's kind of uncertain right now. Jim, just saying. Look, I am not seeing Mark. It was a one-time thing, that's all. It was just a little adventure. Nothing has changed. Not really. Allie looked at me. Thought you said it was a 2-time thing. It was. She didn't think I'd find out about the second time, so she believes it doesn't count. That was the incident with her friend? Yeah, the friend who covered for her the first time. She's not exactly trustworthy either, and her husband is divorcing her as we speak. Lovely people your wife associates with. You don't know the half of it. I looked at Linda but kept speaking to Allison. So, it's at least 2 occasions that I know of, but there may have been more. Jim, I never meant to hurt you. You know that. You couldn't have hurt me worse if you had meant to. Number 3. Allie stood up and collected her purse. Sorry, I don't have all day. Linda, you need to take care of your health. It's important to see a doctor, especially considering certain risks associated with Mark. He must think it's amusing to compromise his partner's well-being. You should prioritize a checkup. Linda curled into a ball and started breathing rapidly through her mouth. Jim, you can do what you want with this situation, but I would advise steering clear until you see that she has taken the necessary precautions. She opened the door and turned to us one last time. Sorry, it's been an experience, but I've got to be on my way. Thank you for breakfast. This was good. Maybe we should do it again sometime. I'll call you. Thanks for coming by. No problem. Allie turned to leave, then looked back. Remember, Linda, you're not a fairy princess. You're in a difficult position. Jim does not owe it to you to stay married to someone who has been unfaithful. And please, see a doctor. She softened a little. If you eventually need to meet up with me and compare notes when all this is over, I won't be difficult about it. Maybe we need to start some kind of support group or something. God knows there are enough of us around for it. Jim knows how to reach me. She turned back to me. Jim, good luck. I nodded. With that, she left. Linda was still curled up on the love seat, visibly upset. I was at the kitchen table eating one of the breakfast sandwiches. My estranged wife eventually collected herself and joined me. Was that for real? Or are you just messing with me? Did you just find some random person to come in here and humiliate me? Is this your idea of a practical joke? As far as I know, she's for real. Remember how I had somebody watching Brennigans? I found Allison from the same sources. I've been searching for more of Asshole's conquests for a while now. She's the first one I found. Linda was still sulking. I think the idea of a support group has some merit, actually. I took another bite of my sandwich. For the women, for sure. Maybe they could band together and follow him around. Maybe stage an intervention when he goes for another wife. And for the husbands, I should definitely buy Barry a beer sometime. This isn't funny. I agree. Do you really think I might have a health issue? Maybe. This is the first I've heard about it from anybody else, but you knew I was worried. I thought you were just being cruel. Maybe I was, but I was also serious. It's a genuine risk. She wouldn't look at me. I think maybe I should go to the doctor or a clinic. Whatever it is, I'll get tested, just to be sure. I think that's a good idea. I'm sure I'm fine. I feel fine. I hope you are. I feel fine, she said again. I mean, I know that doesn't mean anything, but I feel fine. I really hope you are. But, like you said, Asshole has had a lot of women, and they all have partners, or had partners, and all of them have history. We're talking about cheaters. You can't guarantee they're all healthy. And then there's D. You were involved with her, didn't you? To make him happy. Now think about all those encounters she told you about, all those strangers. It's not safe, honey. You opened the door to a lot of people with poor habits. Linda was crying again. I was hoping that today we could, with the kids out of the house. She looked down. But that's not going to happen now, is it? No, it's not. I'll go today. I'll do it right now. Good. I stood up to leave. No, Jim, come with me, please. I can't do this alone. It's embarrassing. I'm ashamed. I'm so please. I looked down at the weeping mess of my estranged wife. Get changed. I don't like that color blue on you. But you, I don't. All right. We went. 10 days later, the tests came back. She did not have any infections. I still wouldn't touch her. One night, not long after that, I came home to the smell of a delicious dinner and the sight of Linda wearing her blue party dress, the same dress she'd worn on Leap Night, and flashing a smile that seemed forced, betraying her lack of confidence. All I could think about was my wife in someone else's arms, showcasing her best smile, eager for what lay ahead. I shuddered and turned away from her, not even crossing the threshold into the house. Linda's face crumpled, tears pooled in her eyes. I'd seen Emma and Tommy behind her, setting the table but watching us intently. I felt Linda come up behind me in the doorway while I fought to control my anger and my sadness. I didn't mean. I meant. I know what you meant. You bought that dress to wear for me, so you say. You wanted to put on a show just for me this time. It never occurred to you that I might see it differently. How am I supposed to look at you in that and not think about that night? I'm sorry. I'll go change. Don't bother. I won't be here tonight. Enjoy your evening with the kids. I just can't be anywhere near you right now. I'll be back tomorrow. I do not want to see that dress again. Do you understand? I didn't wait for her reply. I ate at the willing mind and let Lynn play therapist that night. A few days later, I realized I had forgotten it was Linda's birthday. She must have been trying to make an occasion of it. The DNA tests came back. The children weren't mine, neither one of them. Emma shared 25.2% of her DNA with me. Tommy was 24.8%. They had the same mother and the same father. But the father wasn't me. According to the test, I was their uncle or a double cousin, whatever that meant. I didn't make it home for nearly a week. To her credit, Linda gave me some space. She called after 3 days and asked if I would be back at the house anytime soon. The kids were asking about why I was gone again. I hardly knew what to say, so I told her the truth. Linda, that night. We didn't have to call it anything but that anymore. Yes. She was patient. I'm sure she was still irritated with me for not being able to move past it, but at least she was willing to listen. Thank you, Dr. Manette. I never told you this. I bought some of those home DNA tests from the drugstore and tested the kids with them. Why? Because I didn't know what was real anymore. It was so easy for you to just walk away from me like that. I figured it might not have been the first time. I had to know. They're yours. You should know that. They're not. Not possible. And yet, this is what the test says. And I read her the results. Not possible, she repeated. You know I have trust issues, Linda. Yes, you've made that quite clear. And whatever you think of me, it's still not possible. I can tell you for certain that I had no other lovers but you from the time we met until that night. You have reason to doubt me, I get that. I've made mistakes, I admit it. But despite that, and even though you don't believe me, it's still not possible. Can't you see why? Tell me. Because that test says that you are related to the children somehow. If they weren't yours, whose could they be? It would have to be a male relative of yours, and you don't have any that I know of. Come on. You seriously think that you have a secret brother that you never knew about, but I found him and never told you? Not possible. The only male relative you've ever had was your dad. You can't believe I'd have been involved with him. Even if I had been, it wouldn't have worked. He wasn't able to father a child when Emma was conceived. His condition had progressed too far, remember? And he passed away more than 2 years before I was pregnant with Tommy. Whatever you think of me, however much you doubt my loyalty, there's just no way the test could say you're related to them, but not as their father. I had no comeback for that. I was puzzled about it myself. So either the test you got from some drugstore is messed up somehow, or the laws of nature as we understand them are all wrong. My faithfulness has nothing to do with it, but there's something even more important than all that. What's that? You raised them. You claimed them. You were there when each of them was born. You were the first person to hold each of those babies in your arms when they came into this world. Your name is on their birth certificates. You even told me not too long ago that you would protect them at all costs. You are their father in every way that matters, including by blood. So I'm not the least bit concerned about some test you got off the shelf at CVS. It was Walgreens. Whatever. Emma is more your daughter than mine, you know that. You have the same intellect. Tommy resembles you closely. I've seen the baby pictures your mom had. This is an unusual conversation. They're yours. They miss you. So do I. Come home. Have dinner with us and put them to bed. I won't ask you to stay the night, but I wish you would. You know that. I need to think. Good. Maybe if you start now, you might find your way home by supper. We ended the call. The situation was perplexing. I'd already confirmed with my mom that I had no male relatives. She was an only child, like me, and so was my dad. I had no cousins at all, and she'd never had a child in secret and given it up for adoption. She reminded me how fortunate they had been to have me, given the challenges they faced during my pregnancy. The only conceivable way that Linda could have any connection to my DNA would have been through my dad's cryogenically frozen sperm, which didn't exist. Even my paranoia couldn't support that idea for long. I was discussing this with Dave and Pete at Pete's condo. I had become a regular visitor, and we'd once again relaxed the no alcohol rule for the evening. Dave was riffing on that line from Pirates of the Caribbean. It's not so much a rule, really more of a guideline. Frankie, the two-tone cat, was playing at my ankles. I recalled what Pete had said about her kittens, or lack thereof. Pete, what did you call it? The thing about Frankie. Being two cats with two sets of DNA? Chimerism. Does that ever happen in humans? Not like that, no, I don't think so, but wait, yes. That's a thing. It's rare, but it's a thing. I've heard of that, said Dave. It's like when people have two different colored eyes. Yeah, said Pete. Now that I'm thinking of it, there was some lady who had her kid taken away by child services when the DNA test said it wasn't hers. They thought she'd stolen the baby. She was brought up on charges, and it happened that she was pregnant again. The court tested her next kid right there when she gave birth. Boom, also not hers. Her uterus didn't match her blood sample. She was a chimera like Frankie. Does that happen in men? I don't know. Maybe. That led to more beer and a discussion of David Bowie's heterochromia, which it turned out was not genetic but resulted from an injury. I later made some phone calls and met with a researcher in human genetics at the university. We took a bunch of tissue samples from different parts of me, and that is how I learned something extraordinary. I'm a chimera. Everyone else has 46 chromosomes of DNA that make up who they are. I have 92. My gametes are 26 chromosome haploids from only one of the two sets of 46, and they don't match the squamous epithelial cells from my saliva that I sent off in that testing kit. I've always been like this. Same old me as always. I ended up telling Linda that she wasn't the only one of us who didn't know what we had inside ourselves. I am my own brother. I never would have known. No wonder Frankie likes me. I took the kids to get a puppy. Linda did not know we were adopting a dog from the animal shelter. I suppose I kind of wanted to get under her skin, but once that dog was in the house, there would be nothing she could do about it. When the kids realized where we were going and why, they could barely contain their excitement. In fact, they didn't hold back at all. They were thrilled. Emma quickly took charge, surveying the entire population of adoptable dogs, focusing primarily on the puppies. She made sure to interact with each one, but really she didn't need to. One puppy in particular jumped straight into her arms, seeking affection and refusing to leave her side. He was a little terrier mix with legs too long for his body, a tawny coat with dark brown patches, and ears that couldn't decide which way to point. She embraced him readily, and he eagerly caught Tommy's attention when it wandered towards the other puppies. Together, the three of them browsed the rest of the puppies before concluding that this one was meant for them. As we walked back toward the adoption desk, I noticed another row of mostly empty crates and spotted an older German Shepherd mix looking at me with a sense of resignation. It was a familiar expression, one I'd seen in the mirror often enough lately, buried beneath the feelings of pain, confusion, and even rare moments of hope. It spoke of abandonment, betrayal, and resignation. She lowered her head slightly as if to acknowledge my presence. I could see her sad brown eyes and recognized that look. "Hey, old girl, you too?" I sensed she understood my struggles as she gave a soft sigh. I stepped closer for a better look. She wasn't quite a shepherd. Her longer, more curved snout and a leaner build suggested a different background. Her fur was a mix of brown and black with some white patches, and her ears stood up halfway before folding down elegantly. I noticed a hint of gray around her muzzle, adding to her wisdom. "Really? Don't get this old lady's hopes up," I imagined her thoughts. "I've been let down before. Please just keep moving." "I see you've met Elizabeth," said a young woman with curly brown hair and a khaki shirt, appearing from behind Elizabeth's crate. "Her family gave her up when they moved out of state. They decided not to take her with them. She's been quite sad ever since." "Why didn't they take her? She seems like a good dog." "Oh, she is. She's a wonderful dog. She just needs a home. Very well-mannered, totally housebroken, good with kids, good with other pets too." Honestly, I think that, besides the move, it's her age. She's 7 or 8, about the same age as the family's kids. The parents didn't want the children to face the difficult moment of parting ways with her in the future. "That's awful. How can anyone do that to their pet? Just abandon them like that? She's a member of their family." "Oh, I agree. It's completely heartless. Dogs give us everything, and they ask so little. To just leave her behind and forget about her. Well, that's how people are sometimes. I'm afraid her age makes her less adoptable. Everyone wants a new puppy. But in my opinion, senior dogs often make better companions." I felt a bit guilty being one of the new puppy people. While I had room for one dog, that was only because I promised the kids. I was unsure how I would manage it. 2 kids under the age of 7 and a puppy in a mostly chaotic home? I was already taking on too much. The house was likely going to be a whirlwind. I couldn't take her in while I was spending every night at the suites. No, this wasn't going to happen. Elizabeth has been with us for 6 weeks. I'm afraid she's scheduled for adoption tomorrow. Like hell she is. She's coming home with me. After 40 minutes of paperwork, $156, and a trip to the pet supply store for crates, dog beds, bowls, collars, tags, harnesses, leashes, and 2 different kinds of dog food totaling another $300, the 6 of us were back at my house unloading my overstuffed car and introducing our 2 new family members to their new home. Linda had gone out and would presumably not be back for a while. I got the crates set up and was snipping the tags off all the supplies while little Sven played with Tommy and Emma. Elizabeth came up to me for a moment. "So this is for real? This is home now?" "You bet, old girl. Please don't be kidding. I reached down and cradled her long jaw in the palm of my hand, my fingers gently brushing her fur. I looked her right in her big brown eyes when I spoke. "No kidding, Elizabeth. You're a good girl, and you need a home, a family to look after you. Well, I think this family needs you too. I'm going to need help with all 3 of these kids. As for you and me, I'll be your human, and you can be my dog if you want." "Okay, it's a deal. You be my person, and I'll be the best dog in the world for you. You won't be sorry. Thank you so, so much." She sealed the deal with a warm lick of my palm. "Okay," I said. She nodded and laid her head on my lap as I continued to fuss with the stuff. It took me longer than necessary since one of my hands always seemed to find its way to stroke her head and ears. I still had more to do. I was going to have to get some coat hooks or something to hang the leashes by the door. The backyard wasn't fenced in properly. I couldn't let them run around loose back there. Maybe I could shore up the fencing. Nah, that would have to wait for a few paychecks. Was Emma old enough to hold a leash for Sven? I doubted he'd run off, but still. Linda came home and nearly tripped over Sven, who launched himself at her ankles and danced on his hind legs, with Emma and Tommy laughing and chasing after him. "Jim? Hi, meet Sven." "Well, hello, little guy." She picked up the puppy, her face brightening with excitement. She looked at me sideways and said, "We should have talked about this." Yeah, probably. At this point, I really didn't have to add that we needed to discuss many things, including how our relationship had been evolving, but that issue was always lingering between us. She looked like she was trying to solve a complex problem while avoiding the enthusiastic antics of Sven's playful nature. A puppy in the house would require more involvement from me and more family bonding time, which would work to her advantage. "You realize that I'm not going to be the only one taking care of this little guy, right? You're feeding him and cleaning up after him." "Sure." "That means you'll need to be around to do it." "Sure." "I mean it, Jim." "Okay. I didn't tell you to get a dog. I didn't get a dog." "Then what is he?" She held Sven out like a cherished treasure while Emma and Tommy were still jumping up and down. "I didn't get a dog," I beckoned with one hand. "I got 2 dogs, I clarified as Elizabeth stepped forward and assumed her rightful place at my side. "Oh, Jim, really? Meet Elizabeth, she's mine." Linda looked at us. Elizabeth inclined her head slightly, acknowledging the moment. "Elizabeth of the white hands, I see. Expanding on your Tristan and Isolde theme?" I knew she would catch that. Linda is self-absorbed and emotionally stunted, but she's not unaware. I observed Elizabeth's white pattern. Huh. Elizabeth of the white hands, how fitting. That had escaped my notice, honestly. "Well then," Linda put Sven down and approached Elizabeth, extending her hand in a gesture of introduction. When women who might be rivals meet each other for the first time, there is often a brief moment where observations are made, judgments are rendered, and dynamics are established, all through countless subtle cues. They then greet each other formally with a precisely calculated mixture of outward friendship and inner reservation. You've seen it happen, don't pretend you haven't. Elizabeth blinked at Linda twice, sniffed once, and extended a polite gesture toward Linda, then looked at Emma and Tommy and Sven and finally me, back to Linda, and then me again. "Aha, so this is how things are, huh?" "Okay, don't worry, I've got this." "Good girl," I said. "Were you talking to her or me?" Linda asked. "Ha!" I chose to stay the night. For the first time in forever, as the song from Frozen goes. After dinner and bedtime, Elizabeth was sitting sentry in the hall between the doors of the kids' rooms. Sven was curled up asleep near her paws. She raised her head and thumped her tail on the ground 3 times when she saw me come out of the bathroom. "Come on, we'll go for a quick walk before bed," I said. She got up and padded to the front door, carrying Sven carefully. I got their harnesses on and we went outside for a moment. Sven was a little drowsy, but he got the idea. Back inside, I placed Sven into his little crate where he quickly fell back asleep. I opened the door of Elizabeth's crate and she just looked at me disapprovingly. "Jim, I get it. You're new at this, so let me explain. You want me to stay the night in there to avoid any accidents in the hallway." "Well, I won't. I know how houses work. Sven will need to learn not to disturb his space, sure, but I'm an adult. You can trust me. I'll sleep in the crate if I have to, but there's something else you're missing." "What is it, girl?" She reached into her crate, pulled the doggy bed out with her mouth, and trotted off to the master bedroom with it. She considered the situation, then dropped it on the floor and settled at the foot of my twin bed. "Really?" "Yes, really. Pack sleeping. It's a thing. It's healthy for us. There's not a lot of room here, I admit, but trust me. You'll feel better, I'll feel better, and it will bring us closer. That's what you wanted, right? I'm your dog, and you're my human. This is our arrangement." "All right, just for tonight. Don't get used to it. I don't know who you think you're kidding. This is how it's going to be, and we both know it." "Yeah, probably. How did you know this was my bed, anyway? The other one smells familiar. I don't understand how you all get by with your different senses. It must be like you're mostly unaware of subtle details. I guess. Hey, am I losing my mind? Talking to a dog and imagining that you're talking back?" I climbed into bed. This would be the first time I actually slept in this bed, and Elizabeth made room for my feet while gently responding to my question. "Don't be ridiculous. If you really were going crazy, you wouldn't think to wonder about it. Humans and dogs have been able to understand each other perfectly well for 10,000 years. You're just open to it. Anybody can speak dog if they just pay attention." "What? Figure of speech? Now this old gal needs her beauty rest. I love you, human." "I love you too, Elizabeth of the White Hands. I know my name is Elizabeth, but I don't understand that new part yet. You'll have to explain it to me later. Good night." She closed her eyes, her breathing becoming a slow, steady, comfortable rhythm, like the rocking of a ship. She lulled me to sleep in minutes. I didn't notice Linda watching us, silently in her thoughts. I'm only human. It was the second week of September, almost 7 months since the event, since Leap Day, since Asshole. The kids had started a new school year. Sven had managed to get housebroken under the patient tutelage of Elizabeth, who had taken on a motherly role not only to the puppy, but to Emma and Tommy as well. My job had rewarded me for my frequent travel, which kept me out of the house almost half the time. I never did get that condo, but I did vacate the suites after 6 weeks. I didn't want to burn too much of my goodwill. I'd been spending the rest of my nights in the house with Elizabeth and Linda across the room in her own bed. She dropped hints here and there and made sure to let me know she was interested. I steadfastly ignored all of it. It helped that while I was away in hotel rooms in other cities, I'd kept my thoughts occupied. But it had been almost 8 months since I'd really connected with anyone. Then, that one day in September, Linda tried to bridge the gap. She'd crossed the room early in the morning and gently suggested Elizabeth move aside before I woke, trying to connect with me in a way that felt familiar. It felt good. Too good. I was caught off guard. We hadn't shared that kind of intimacy in a long time. I guess she decided we could try to revive what we once had. However, the moment was overshadowed by my own doubts. I looked down at her, and she smiled up at me. It was her second-best smile. Behind it, there was no real joy in her eyes, just a hint of sadness. My mood shifted, and I felt the weight of our past. I wanted things to be okay. I was ready for a connection. But all I could think about was her, with him. And no, that really did not help my feelings. "It's okay, Jim," she said hopefully. "We could still—" "No. I mean, there's still a chance to—" "No." She leaned back slightly. "Jim, I love you so much. It's okay, honey. I guess it's still too soon, but that's all right. You're still all the man I'd ever want. You're still the man of my dreams. I can wait. When it happens, it'll be good." "I don't think that's true. I just thought—" "Just go. Go back to bed." "Jim, go. I don't want to leave. Just hold me, please." I got out of bed and went to the shower. Elizabeth padded in after me to keep me company and maybe drink from the floor when I was done. It was coming up on a year. This February was as miserable as the last one. The storms weren't quite as harsh, but it was still challenging. We'd spent the fall and winter as housemates, barely speaking, living in a state of carefully negotiated but regretful silence. Linda had tried to connect with me several more times, weeks or months apart, and truth be told, I was tempted. But my feelings were complicated, and I struggled to reconcile them. I guess on some level I felt I could never compete with the experiences she'd had before. That comparison lingered in my mind. It had been months since we'd seen Susan Manette. We had been going around in circles. I think Linda and I had come to understand each other better, but it didn't bring us closer, nor lead to reconciliation. Linda had begun to accept some harsh truths about her behavior in our relationship, as had I. I realized I had idealized her in ways that were removed from reality, and I hadn't truly seen her for who she was. Maybe I was being unfair about it. Perhaps I could have moved past it. I'm sure there is at least one alternate reality somewhere where we stayed together and found happiness. But that reality wasn't this one. I could barely envision it. Emma and Tommy knew not to approach us together. They would speak with me or with Linda, but rarely both, sensing the distance between us. I was often preoccupied, spending time with friends or out by myself. We arranged playdates for the kids and Sven with the Nessmans and their little dog Charlie, but Linda and I didn't socialize with Phil and Jane. Jane wouldn't even acknowledge me. Phil and I shared an understanding in our silence. Emma dealt with the situation by making herself the center of attention. Sometimes that meant creating drama or getting into trouble. She found herself in a few conflicts at school, expressed her emotions unpredictably, and even seemed to experience a sort of stress that affected her well-being. But amidst it all, there were moments of lightness too. On the contrary, sometimes she would have manic periods where she drew dozens of pictures of everyone and everything she knew, or spent the day dancing around and singing at the top of her lungs. She included Sven in every aspect of her life, staging plays and dressing him up in her clothes, concocting elaborate stories of her fantasy life. It was charming when she was like that. It was just as delightful when she was up as it was difficult when she was down. Linda and I agreed to get her into counseling, which really did help. Tommy had become fascinated by the sword in our room, which had remained where it was. Sometimes he'd come into the master bedroom and sit on the floor and just look at it, dreaming of who knows what. He kept quiet and distanced himself from Emma's whirlwind of activity. I would have worried that he'd become introverted, but when he was with his sister, they shared a silent bond. It's as if they were in sync with each other. I eventually recognized that my son possessed the rare ability to step back, assess situations calmly, and take thoughtful, correct action when needed. During that year, the right action was simply to wait. If anything good had come from the past year, it was that I successfully reconnected with my mom. I had taken the kids to see her in Colorado twice that summer, and all three of them were over the moon about it. I also managed to partially step out of my couple's identity. We no longer had our friends or did the things we used to do. I started considering things that I might do, which we never would have considered. It hurt, but it was also liberating. I felt like a crab molting away its old shell. Mercifully, perhaps, we didn't reach the end of the month. It was Valentine's night, the 3rd anniversary of Don's passing. We hadn't made plans. Linda came up to me and simply said, "You don't look at me the way you used to anymore." No, I suppose I don't. You used to look at me like you cared. Even when you didn't say it, I could feel it. Even on ordinary days when we weren't doing anything special, I could sense your affection. I said nothing. I miss that, Jim. I miss that about us. It was part of my life for so long that I had grown numb to it. I failed to appreciate it over time. All that love had faded into background noise. I didn't even notice it until it was gone, and it left this emptiness that I'm feeling now. That emptiness has been hard to bear. Still nothing. I didn't believe it at the time. All those years I felt like it couldn't possibly be true. No one could care for me that much, so I brushed it aside. I didn't let myself think it was real. That I was just plain old, same old Linda. That you were wrong to look at me that way. But I loved it. I know that now. That was my oxygen. That was my light. That's why I loved you so much. Tears were rolling down her face again. Months of silence, not exactly fighting, just nothing. And now this. It's gone, isn't it, Jim? It's gone and it's not coming back. Yeah, pretty much. I'm sorry. I didn't understand what it would do to you, and I didn't understand what it would do to me either. I'll always regret what it cost me, what it cost us. But I'll also regret who I was and what I did and how I did it. She took a step back, resolved. She held her left hand in her right, slid her rings off and handed them to me. I'll sign the papers. I'm sorry. 20 years is a long time. Emma is getting married. Let me catch you up. Our divorce was final that August. Linda was married again by Thanksgiving. I have no idea how she did that or where she found the guy. It didn't last. Linda had tried to follow my plan of taking turns spending time at the house with the kids, and her new husband didn't care for that at all. He wanted her full time and wanted to take the kids with her. Linda wasn't having it. We had joint custody, and we were keeping them in their home. After all she'd done, she didn't want to take Emma and Tommy away from me. I guess her husband felt like she had only one foot in the marriage, and the whole thing lasted about 8 months. Then she found another guy a few months later and married husband number 3 within another year. That lasted 7 or 8 years. He was unfaithful several times, and eventually she had enough of that, so she moved on to husband number 4. She's been with him for almost 10 years now. I have no idea what he's like. I hope he's a football fan. I never learned if she really had kept things going with Mark Lavaliere behind my back after she said she'd broken up with him. It didn't matter anyway. I also never learned if she'd been unfaithful before that either. She'd said she hadn't, but really, I had no idea what she had been up to. Once I realized what kind of person she was, I was inclined to imagine the worst. I'd like to say that the asshole eventually got what was coming to him. I'd like to say that some jealous husband confronted him or that he faced consequences for his actions. I'd like to say he experienced hardship and regret, but nothing like that happened. Instead, he continued playing football for a few more years, eventually facing a routine minor injury that didn't end his career but impacted his performance. He spent several seasons on the bench until the team bought out his contract, leading to his retirement as a wealthy man. Leveraging his natural charisma, he became a sports commentator, gaining further fame and fortune, and it seems he continued his pastimes, although I can only hope he found fulfillment in meaningful friendships and relationships. I kept in touch with Allison on occasion. I never dated her, and as far as I know, she never dated anyone. She started a support group with several other women who had been through similar experiences. I connected her with 3 of them through my contacts. They never held any interventions, but they met monthly to offer support to one another. Linda chose not to participate. It turned out that Allison had misrepresented the situation concerning her health, intending to provoke Linda in some way. I reached out to Allison's ex, Barry, but he was not receptive. On a positive note, her daughter Jenny turned out well. She is 31 and has 2 children of her own now. For years, I didn't date. I kept busy with work and the children. Emma responded positively to her therapy. Once the home situation had settled and the divorce finalized, her distracting antics diminished. After a year had passed, she returned to being my sweet girl, though she soon entered her teenage years. She was the one who encouraged me to explore dating again, insisting she didn't need a new mother, but I could use a partner. She was 11 when she made that observation. How did she become so perceptive? Elizabeth stayed with us for 6 more years, which I later understood is a long and fulfilling life for a dog of her size. She was one of the main reasons I felt no pressure to date. I had a loving companion at home, emotionally at least. There was always a warm, albeit furry, presence nestled in my bed each night. Someone who understood and shared my grief, helped me raise our children, and was always there to listen. This is harder to convey than I anticipated. I came home one day to find Sven acting restlessly. I attempted to put his harness on for a walk, but he resisted. I thought it unusual that Elizabeth wasn't with him, although she had been slowing down. Sven was yipping and trying to guide me to the bedroom. When I entered, I found Elizabeth lying on the floor near the foot of my bed. She was too weak to climb up. She hadn't eaten and was barely breathing, and her nose felt dry and warm. I scooped her into my arms, and she opened one eye and twitched an ear. "Jim, is that you?" "I'm here, old girl. I'm tired. I'm so tired. It's late for me." "Oh, Elizabeth." I felt my heart breaking all over again. "It's okay, Jim. You're with me now. Everything's okay. I love you." "I love you too, Elizabeth." "It's time. Help me out. Please. It'll be okay." I wrapped her in my blanket and bundled her into the car. I don't know how I made it to the vet without any incidents. I drove slowly, unwilling to fully accept the reality of the situation. I could hardly see through my tears. Dr. Body was sympathetic. "We've stabilized her, but her body is shutting down. I'm afraid this is normal. She's about 15 years old, isn't she? There's not much to do but keep her comfortable and help her along. I'm sorry." I believed him. I understand. "Listen, Mr. Johnson, a lot of families prefer not to be in the room during this time. I understand that. It's hard to see. We can do it that way. But I have to tell you, my patients often look for their loved ones. They feel alone, and it makes a difference if their owners are there providing comfort. It will mean something to Elizabeth if you are with her. It's your choice. You do what's right for you." "Of course I'll be there. She's given me so much. I owe her that." "Thank you. You're a good man. However hard this is for you, I promise it will make a difference for her." The lights were dimmed. Elizabeth was barely conscious. Her breathing was labored, and her eyes were heavy. "I'm here, Elizabeth. You're a good girl." "I'm a good girl." I've been a good dog for you, haven't I? I told you I would be. You were right, old girl. You're the best dog in the world. Don't be sad, Jim. You gave me a good life. You saved me, I know that. You saved me too. I needed you. I didn't even know how much, but I needed you. I'm glad we found each other. Half my life, Jim. I was with you for half my life. You gave me a new family, a good family. I'm sorry about your mate. I know you were sad. I did my best to fill in. I did what I could to help. Oh, Elizabeth, what am I going to do without you? You'll be okay. Sven's a grown dog, but Emma and Tommy still need you. There are other people and dogs who will need you too, and some of them you haven't even met yet. You've still got a lot to do. I'm only sorry I can't stay to see it. You'll find another mate, someone who needs you. There's room in your heart for her. You've got a big heart. Oh, Elizabeth. Oh, honey. I love you so much. I love you too. It's okay. Thank you for my life and our family and my time with you. Thank you so, so much. I love you. She made a faint motion and her eyes grew weary. My hand was on her head. I brushed it down across her sweet grayed face and gently closed her eyes for the last time while my heart ached and my chest convulsed with sobbing. I don't remember another single thing that happened that day. With Elizabeth gone and Emma encouraging me about dating again, I decided to start trying. It was almost 7 years after that leap night. It was awful. I was set up with a woman named Ellen, an acquaintance of LWS. She was pretty enough, I guess you'd have to call her beautiful. But I was awkward, embarrassed, and uncomfortable. I hadn't dated anyone but my wife for more than 16 years, and I was never really all that good at dating to begin with. It felt even more challenging as an adult when life is supposed to be in order. When you're young, everyone is full of hope and promise and healthy anxiety, but at my age, with a failed marriage behind me, everyone was filled with bitterness and regret. In principle, dating is no different than anything else. The first few times you do something new, you struggle with it. But if you keep it up, it gets easier, and you start to gain confidence. So I persisted. I wrote profiles, took pictures, and put it all online through those websites and apps. I joined groups, went out, and engaged in various activities. I made a lot of mistakes, but they were the ones I needed to make, and there's no getting around that. So I learned some of life's lessons. The first one is that desperation is a real turn-off. It is almost nothing more off-putting to anyone. I wanted to date to prove I was worthy. I wanted to show Linda and the world that I'm desirable and that there's nothing wrong with me. If you start out with the idea that you're not worthy and you're seeking evidence to prove otherwise, it can lead to disappointment. I learned that not all good relationships are supposed to be permanent. Sometimes things run their course and it ends when it should, and there's nothing wrong with that. At best, a good relationship is open-ended. It can continue indefinitely as long as it's progressing positively for everyone involved. Some of the relationships I had were rewarding in their own way, even if they didn't last. If I could go back in time to change them, I wouldn't do anything differently. Looking back, I have to admit I pursued some relationships because they seemed likely to be short-lived. There were experiences I needed to have, so I sought them out and embraced them. Does that make me a hypocrite? Maybe. Probably not. I wasn't married when I did that, nor were the women I pursued. Besides, I wasn't trying to cause harm to anyone else. I learned to broaden my horizons, how to ask for what I want and need, and how to be ready to give what is asked of me. This turned out to be really important. I have a type. Linda was my type. Having a type can be limiting. It's hard to be happy when you're helplessly enthralled. It's unrealistic to assume that things will work out between two people solely based on attraction. The only reliable principles that apply are openness, communication, and a committed dedication to each other and the relationship. I was so focused on what Linda represented that I never noticed her true self. I certainly paid the price for that. So, I chose to date outside of my type. I was quite open-minded, and I almost didn't care about the physical attributes of the women I dated. Every individual is unique and beautiful in their own way, and the most appealing quality is a person's happiness and connection with me. I wasn't fixated on specific traits or looks. As long as someone was genuine, I was fine with getting to know them. I preferred to avoid the complexities that often came with those who might be viewed as conventionally attractive. I wanted someone who genuinely wanted to be with me without any competition or doubt. The only guideline I adhered to was being considerate of age differences. I aimed to be respectful and not overstep boundaries. I'll admit I didn't venture far outside of my ethnicity, but I recognized that I could have explored broader options. I consciously avoided women who resembled Linda in any way, which may have caused me to overlook a couple of potentially meaningful connections. I hope I didn't unintentionally hurt anyone's feelings. This approach opened up numerous opportunities for me. I discovered qualities in women and people in general that I had never thought to seek out, and I found joy in those pleasant surprises. By being open and letting go of my preconceived notions, I could appreciate individuals for who they truly were. If only I could have embraced this perspective when I was younger. I learned that most people have good intentions. Very few act with the intent to harm. When conflicts arise, it's often due to thoughtlessness and a focus on oneself. Ultimately, we all crave love and acceptance. I learned to express, "I love you." Those are significant words, but they do not promise permanence or a long-term commitment. They simply convey a feeling. There's a distinction between what you feel and how you choose to act on those feelings. I was able to allow myself and my partners the dignity of expressing genuine emotions without expecting anything more from them than just that. Things eventually turned around for me. It was rough for a few years. I had no idea how Linda managed her relationships, but it seemed that it didn't work for men in the same way. Nobody rushed in to support us or claim us. However, after a few years, there came a significant change, and suddenly everything started working in my favor. At first it came gradually. There weren't many single women around. The women in their 30s were often busy with family and careers, and those who were single didn't seem particularly interested in serious connections. When women are young, they are often the desired ones, and men compete for their attention. They enjoy the attention and the fun of social interactions, feeling confident that they have plenty of potential partners. However, as they reach middle age, that dynamic shifts. Many who wanted to pair up have done so, and some of the men who were once in high demand started new relationships with younger partners. As a result, there were many women in their late 30s or early 40s seeking companionship. If a man at this age has a stable job, a vehicle, a place of his own, and is responsibly navigating life, he finds himself in a position similar to what young women experienced previously. Opportunities are available simply by being present. For a time, I was the sought-after partner, and I experienced numerous short-term relationships over a few years. Some of these connections lasted weeks, while others were more enduring. Two of these individuals remain friends of mine to this day, while another was eager to get married, regardless of the partner. One woman, who I found interesting, kindly expressed her feelings after 2 dates, stating that she didn't foresee a future for us. I appreciated her honesty. I'm concerned that I may have come across as inconsiderate to some, but I hope that a few remember me positively. I take comfort in the idea that I contributed as much good as harm, though it's hard to gauge such things in the moment. Ultimately, I got to explore many experiences that I hadn't had in my youth. I'm not especially proud of everything I did, but I am proud that I got through it. They say dating is a rat race. Well, there are plenty of rats, but it's not a race. Things happen when they happen, and if they don't, they don't. There are far too many moving parts in human relationships to engineer what might go on between you when you start getting close, and we're foolish to try. The best thing to do is to detach from the results, be comfortable with who you are, and develop confidence in yourself. Confidence is the opposite of desperation. I ended up following Pete's advice and quit worrying about it. I focused on myself, went to the gym when I didn't want to, and I pretty much quit drinking. I took the trouble to do the things that I otherwise wouldn't have done and even took dancing lessons. I remembered how the asshole used that to his advantage, and I figured I needed to up my game. It turns out that there are more women than men taking these classes, and I danced with an awful lot of them, which led to some dates. I had to make sure I wasn't being presumptuous about it and tried not to look like I was overly interested. It's funny, the best way to date at my age is to seem like you're not overly interested. Something I didn't expect is that dating stopped mattering to me so much after a while. The specter of dating again no longer loomed so large. I wasn't intimidated by it. I stopped trying so hard. There were times when I realized I hadn't been on a date or had a steady casual relationship for quite a while, and I didn't miss it. It just didn't seem all that important anymore. When I'd stopped trying, content to just be myself, not putting on a show and starting to feel comfortable in my own skin again, more than 10 years had gone by. That's when I met Grace. Grace was nice. I liked her right away. I wasn't thunderstruck, but I felt an immediate affinity for her as a kind of kindred spirit. She'd been cheated on and divorced too. She also had 2 kids like me. Chuck and Bethany were a little younger than Emma and Tommy. I didn't get to meet them for a long time, and she didn't meet mine either. Although we agreed to be exclusive, we kept it casual and fun for months. Then we began to understand that we were both putting up barriers that didn't need to be there. She wasn't going to hurt me. I wasn't going to hurt her. We'd both been through difficult experiences and didn't want to repeat that with each other. We didn't rush to the altar. There was no point. We were both grown-ups with that particular rite of passage behind us. We weren't planning to make any more babies at our age, so what was the rush? The connection we shared was truly fulfilling. She was a beautiful, confident woman who knew what she liked and communicated openly. She was sensitive to my needs and desires, and I was equally attuned to hers. We were intent upon pleasing each other, and it was a rewarding experience. Each of us had expanded our horizons since our divorces, and we shared the benefits of our respective experiences. However, it wasn't just the techniques we'd learned that made it special. It was how we were with each other. Curiously, intimacy wasn't the focal point. Neither was romance. Oh, it was abundant and powerful, but it was there by choice. We weren't being swept away by intensifying emotions. We were cultivating our connection. We ignited sparks, set the kindling, and nurtured the flames that grew into a warm and abiding presence in our lives. Falling in love with Grace was a completely different experience than with Linda, and a much better one. With Linda, it felt like I was just along for the ride, experiencing the highs and lows as if on a tumultuous journey. With Grace, it felt more like we were steering the ship together, navigating familiar waters and knowing when it was time to find a safe harbor. Each of us seemed to be looking for a partner, someone we could rely on, who would support us even when things weren't perfect. We sought a deep connection that would anchor us in the whirlwind of life. That's what we wanted. That's what we found, and that's what we created together. Grace is a good, decent person with a mighty heart, and she seems to think the same of me. We complement each other and make it work, bringing an enormous sense of relief and comfort. Being with Grace is like settling into a warm bath at the end of a long day. With her, I finally feel at home. We dated for 4 years before we got married, having lived together for 2 of them. The kids, now in their late teens, got along well and seemed to accept each other and us. They could see the bond we had, and I believe all 4 were genuinely happy for us. Our wedding was a simple, private affair. We preferred not to spend excessively on a large celebration. Instead, we took a honeymoon cruise around the Caribbean islands. When Tommy turned 18, the 4 of us involved in the family property trust agreed to sell the house once he finished high school and settled into university housing. Freshmen were required to spend their first year in dorms, but we decided to invest the proceeds from the house into a 4-plex near the university, renting out all 4 units as student housing initially, and later allowing Tommy to live in one of the units. After he graduated, we planned to sell that, ensuring each of the kids would have seed money for a down payment on their own homes. As it turned out, we waited another 2 years because, as a rental property, it was cash flow positive and the housing market hadn't yet peaked. While he was in high school and college, Tommy got deeply involved in fencing. I had no idea that the sword in the master bedroom would affect him so profoundly and change the course of his life. As I've gotten older, it seems that little unplanned things accumulate and divert us onto new paths we might never have thought of. Tommy was blessed with the ability to read his opponents, wait for the right opportunity, and then strike swiftly and precisely. His college education was partially funded by a fencing scholarship, and he even made the U.S. Olympic team, competing in sabers and épée. After that, he branched out into kendo and other martial arts, and now, at 24, he works as a weapons master, trainer, and combat choreographer for theater and film productions. He is engaged to Bernice, a talented Belgian gymnast he met in Paris. Emma became a clinical psychologist, perhaps influenced by her own experience with therapy. She also had the benefit of her summer job waitressing at the Willing Mind. I am humbled to think of how much she must have learned from Lynn. She was finishing her state certifications when she got engaged to Bradley, who seemed to be a decent young man. He didn't follow the old-fashioned tradition of asking for my daughter's hand in marriage. I suspected Emma had more to do with getting engaged than he did. Still, I felt obliged to give him at least a little bit of fatherly grief. I cornered him when he and Emma were over for dinner a few weeks before the wedding. He wasn't exactly avoiding me, but he'd done a pretty decent job of it. "Bradley." He looked at me, startled. "I'd like to talk to you man-to-man for a moment. Is this the part where you give me a warning if I don't do right by your daughter?" He was kind of joking. Kind of. "Nah, I'll let Tommy handle that. This is something else, look." I turned away momentarily, then turned back to him. "It's hard to say. Every father feels like nobody is ever going to be good enough for his little girl. No exceptions. You'll feel this way about your daughter someday when someone comes along wanting to take her away." I suddenly felt a bit lightheaded, but regained my composure quickly. "So, yeah, no, you're not good enough for Emma, but you know what? I'm not good enough for her either. I haven't been a good enough father. This world is not good enough for that young woman. No one and nothing on this planet will ever be able to give Emma the life that she deserves. Nobody can truly do her justice. It's just not possible." Bradley didn't seem to know what to say, so I kept talking. "All you can do, all any of us can do is try. It's an impossible task. It'll never be complete. You can spend the rest of your life doing your best to be good enough for that woman, and you'll always come up at least a little bit short. The important thing is that you keep on trying for the rest of your life, and you never stop, no matter what. Do you think you can do that, Bradley? Yes. Oh, for sure. I mean, all I can do is try, right? Right. Now there's the other part. Okay. This is the part that you probably weren't expecting. Not only am I going to tell you not to let my little girl take advantage of you, but I'm also going to tell you not to accept any unfair treatment from her either. Oh. Put it this way. If that young lady is anything like her mother, and believe me, she is, then there will come a time when she may try to push her limits with you. Do not allow it. Stand up for yourself, respectfully. Be firm when it counts and don't let her treat you unfairly. Marriage is supposed to be a partnership. If you put her on a pedestal or allow her to walk all over you, it's not a partnership, and that could lead to problems. Got it. I hope so. If it helps, when the day comes that she says, I need to do this, and if you love me, you'll accept it because this is how it's going to be. Well, just remind her of what her mother did in her own marriage and how it affected the family. What was that? I mean, what did Linda do? Emma never told you? No, it's never really come up. The only time we talked about it, she said she didn't remember what happened. She was only, 7? She barely remembers you two being married. I guess that's fair. She was young and we did try to shield her from it. Well, this story is going to require a glass of brandy. I went to the sideboard and poured us a pair of snifters. Don't drink it too fast. Sip a few drops at a time and let it linger on your tongue. I shared this long, sad tale. Grace peeked around the corner to check on us once, but I raised my eyebrow at her and she immediately understood. This is important man-bonding wisdom. We are not to be disturbed. My years communicating non-verbally had paid off. Grace thankfully convinced Emma to leave us alone, though she may have felt anxious. Bradley didn't have to take me up on my advice until 9 years later, and I didn't find out about it until almost 3 years after that. Their children were small, and Emma was just a few years older than Linda was on that fateful leap night. I don't know precisely what, if anything, actually happened. Maybe Emma was just feeling her oats and stepped too close to the line, if not over it. Whatever it was, Bradley stood his ground, asked Emma to leave the house for a while, and suggested she visit her mother to reflect on her past. Emma returned, showing levels of contrition that he'd never seen from her before. Apparently, the term "mommy's asshole boyfriend" had triggered a memory. But that's a whole other story, and that's all I know of it. Whatever it was, they survived it and seemed to still be doing well. But this part is about Emma's wedding, so let's get back to that. Grace and I were the hosts, sitting on the bride's side, along with Chuck and Bethany's husband, Carl. Bethany was up front as Emma's matron of honor. My mom and Bob made it down for the ceremony too. They were now in their early 80s, having given up their sprawling Colorado ranch house and moved into a condominium that could step up into an assisted living facility. That house had hosted me, Emma, and Tommy, along with our significant others, many times over the last 20 years. Bob's family eventually softened, and he was able to host them a bunch too. Linda and her current husband, Glenn, were with us in the next row back, along with Tommy and Bernice, who was doing her best not to upstage the bride with her beauty and almost succeeding. It was amazing how much Emma had come to look like her mother. It would have been impossible to miss over the years, but now that she'd come into adulthood, the mother and daughter could almost pass for twins. Linda had been right. My little girl had my brain, and in many ways, she'd been more my daughter than hers, but physically, Seeing Emma in her wedding dress was like looking at the ghost of my first bride. Grace, bless her, noticed my discomfort, intuited the reasons for it, slipped her hand into mine and gave it a gentle squeeze. Relax, Jim. She's not Linda, and you're not reliving that moment. Not while I'm here. Now step up and be the proud father of the bride. God, I love this woman. She's the wisest, kindest soul I've ever known. The wedding was lovely, but not ostentatious. The reception had food and dancing with live music and promised not to extend past 10 p.m. When the time came for the father-daughter dance, my years of dance lessons really brought the house down. Grace and I had been practicing for weeks before the ceremony. Everyone was standing around us, cheering and clapping. Emma apparently had no idea what I could do on the dance floor. I was twirling her around with ease as she laughed. When the music stopped, she beamed at me, her expression a mixture of astonishment, joy, and admiration. Wow, Daddy, you're really good. Years of lessons. You encouraged me, remember? I do. Wow, it really paid off. I love you, Daddy. How far? I was switching our roles, hoping she'd remember this bit from her childhood. To the moon and back again. Then to Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune. And all the way back home again? And all the way back home again. Then she smiled. It was her second-best smile. That sudden wave of emotion, the same feeling I had when talking to Bradley a few weeks earlier, hit me in the gut again, and I took a step back. I understood. After 20 years, I finally understood. Daddy, Emma said, stepping forward. But Grace was at my side in an instant, one hand on my shoulder and another at my lower back, steadying me. I'm okay, I insisted. It's okay, just needed to catch my breath. Not as young as I used to be, you know, I lied. For a brief moment, I felt youthful again, and it was disorienting. He'll be fine, said Grace. I've got him. The band transitioned into a slow song, and my wife and I naturally fell into an easy waltz step. Your husband is waiting, she nodded towards Bradley, who had stepped away from Emma. My daughter skeptically looked back and forth between us before joining Bradley in a dance. I noticed from the corner of my eye that Linda had gotten to her feet and was about to approach me until Glenn grasped her by the upper arm. What was that? Grace whispered in my ear when we were far enough away not to be overheard. Was it the dancing, or that Emma looks so much like her mother right now? You looked like you'd seen a ghost. I did, I replied. I've told you how my dog taught me how to communicate without words. That's how I could see it. It was right there in front of me 20 years ago, but I didn't recognize it then. Yes. I know how you miss Elizabeth. I wish I could have met her. I do too. I think she would have liked you. I believe she would have approved of you. She told me while she was, during her last days, that I'd find another partner. I have to believe she was referring to you. That's nice to hear. Thank you. But tell me what you saw. It was her smile. Emma showed me her second-best smile, the kind that doesn't fully reach her eyes. It was exactly the same smile that Linda gave me moments before she left me at the dance club with Marc Lavaliere. Exactly. Except this time, I knew what it meant. I could understand it in a way I hadn't before. What did it say? It was goodbye. Without speaking, my daughter conveyed, "This is it. This is goodbye. Even though I don't want to admit it to myself. I want you to stay where you are so I'll know you will always be there for me. But I'm leaving you behind now because I'm doing this other thing and I really don't think I'll ever be back, at least, not all the way." That's what that smile means. That's heartbreaking. I was prepared for it with Emma. We all knew this day would come. And yeah, it's a mixture of sadness and triumph. The children grow up, they become their own people, and they leave us. That's always been the deal. The thing that surprised me just now was realizing what it meant 20 years ago. That was goodbye. Neither one of us anticipated it. Neither one of us understood it at the time, but that was the moment it all changed. All that other stuff, the separation, the counseling, the split-up house, none of it made any difference. It's a significant realization. Are you okay? I've got you. I'm great. I've never been better. Good. She somehow moved a bit closer. I'm never going to do that to you, Jim. Never, ever. I'm home now. That kind of moment won't come until the end of my days, or yours, and I'll be waiting on the other side if I go first. Now, don't be saying that. You're only 50. We've got another 50 years in us, Lord willing. She chuckled. Yeah, and for 30 of those, we'll be too old to remember what we're even doing. Never say never. Look at my mom. She and Bob were slow dancing 20 feet from us. It's a deal, old man. I'll hold you to it, old lady. The song wound down and we made our way back to our table, but we were stopped halfway there by Linda. Excuse me, Jim? I'm sorry, Grace, I apologize, I just saw. Well, Jim, you had a kind of moment there at the end of your dance with Emma, and I wanted to make sure you're all right. She gave a shy, nervous half-smile. I'm fine, I promise. Thank you for asking, that's very kind of you, I said. We'd been civil during the planning for this event. Not overly friendly, not overtly hostile, just businesslike. And whenever possible, we kept ourselves in the presence of one or the other's spouses, just as a buffer. Good, that's good to hear. She winced a little bit. Grace, I know this is awkward, but if it's okay, I'd like to ask your permission to borrow Jim for a dance. Just one dance. I'll give him right back. Grace snapped her eyes towards me, then Linda, then back at me. You old dog, you sly fox. This is what that whole thing was about, isn't it? Yeah, guilty. What? Asked Linda. Come. She walked us back to our table. Sit, both of you. She sat between us. I'm sorry, she said to Linda. You see, Jim sat me down yesterday, held my hands, looked me right in the eye, and promised me that, aside from the father-daughter dance and one dance with his mother, he was going to dance with no one else but me today. He said he wanted it to be special for us, as a couple, not just for Emma and Bradley. This, despite more than a decade of ballroom lessons where he had danced with hundreds of women, he went out of his way to tell me that tonight he was all mine and no one else's dance partner. Linda went pale and silent. Grace gave me a sly side-eye. And here I thought he was just trying to assure me he had no intention of showing me up with Bernice or one of the young bridesmaids. This was about you. And oh my goodness, that promise not to dance with anyone, but how could I not have seen it? This was about that night. Linda stammered. I'm sorry, I'll just go. Enjoy your evening. Wait, stop. Don't go anywhere, Linda. Grace had her hand on Linda's shoulder. Jim owes you an apology for this. He doesn't. Yes, he does. He maneuvered me into rejecting you publicly. You don't deserve that, not after all this time. And you, Buster, she said to me, don't think you're getting off easy. Here's how it's going to go. Linda, I'm going to politely accept your request. You have my permission for one dance. Don't ask for another. Don't stay with him for the next slow one. And don't speak a word. Also, I'm dancing with your husband while you dance with mine. She turned back to me. Jim, you do not get to use me to snub the mother of your children. Not on Emma's wedding day. That's not fair to any of us, especially me. The two of you have a complicated history. That's no secret. It's been festering for 20 years. I will not have it affect us. and I will not let it sully this occasion. Emma deserves better from you. I felt about 3 inches tall. Then Grace had mercy on me. Jim, I know you're over Linda, and I know she's no threat to our marriage, but the situation still eats at you sometimes, like now. So the two of you are going to sit down over drinks or coffee or something this week. No, tomorrow. Do it tomorrow, after the brunch. You're going to go somewhere alone and have it out. Get it over with. I'll take Glenn somewhere else, and the two of us will chat about the two of you for however long it takes. Got it? Grace, I'm sorry, I said. You're right. I had no business putting you in this position. I should not have used you to get at Linda. That wasn't fair to anyone. And Linda, I'm sorry I set you up for that. Grace is right, you don't deserve it. That was petty of me. I feel like I do deserve it. Linda was looking straight at me. Not at the table, not looking away. That was new. I mean, that night, all those years ago, I set you up with that same promise about not dancing with anyone else, and worse. I spent the whole evening teasing you and stringing you along, and when my chance came, I failed you. I know now that my actions carried more weight than I understood at the time. It was wrong of me, and I regret how it turned out. That was his thing. So he's the asshole now? He always was. Not a perfect gentleman? No, God, no. Is that what I said? Is that what I sounded like? You might recall how I stormed out of our first meeting with Susan Manette. You were trying to convince me what a splendid guy he was. You were particularly impressed with his ability to open doors for you and remember your name. God. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. I was such a fool. I can scarcely believe it was that bad, that I acted so rashly, but I did, didn't I? Jim, I've had a lot of years to think about my actions, what they did to our marriage, to you and to myself. Your wife is right. We've got a lot to talk about. I sat back. Okay, I said. After brunch? Tomorrow. We'll go somewhere and talk. You should get back to your husband now. We'll have that conversation later. She nodded and left to go back to Glenn's table without looking back. He was glaring at her. Their subsequent conversation did not look friendly. Linda never did have that conversation with me that day. We hadn't done much more than raise an eyebrow or two at the reception. What might have turned into a scene was mitigated by Grace's diplomacy. The brunch, a more intimate affair the next morning, was drama-free. Grace reached out to Glenn and let him know what was happening, assuring him that she'd keep him company while Linda and I held our long overdue post-nuptial discussion. He wasn't exactly happy about it, but he was persuadable. With Emma and Bradley off at the airport to leave for their honeymoon, I ordered coffee for Linda and myself. I doubted either one of us would drink any of it, but that's how you pay rent on the table at the cafe. It was a weekday at a relatively quiet hour, so we pretty much had the place to ourselves. Linda arrived minutes after I did and joined me at the high top. Hi, Jim. It's good to see you, to talk. We haven't done this in years, Linda. It's been years. Aside from dealing with the kids here and there, I've pretty much avoided you for the better part of 2 decades. I know, and I understand. I've tried to respect it, to give you space. I know I hurt you. You did, and it hurt for a long time. But here's the thing, and it's something I didn't realize until much later. You didn't just hurt me, you caused damage. It wasn't just bruised feelings, it was real harm. To me, to my life, to my confidence and self-image, you broke me. I've had to rebuild myself and my self-esteem from pretty much nothing. I understand that now. Jim, you should know I'm a different person than I was back then. I have been seeing therapists, on and off, all this time. I've been in marriage counseling with each of my husbands, and I've had a lot of individual sessions as well. trying to understand why I keep making poor choices. She sniffed and delicately blew her nose into a napkin. Things aren't going all that well with Glenn, I'm sorry to say. I think we'll make it. I hope we will. But it's been tough lately. This meeting and that thing with the dancing yesterday have irritated him, I know. But I think it's necessary if I can get at least a little bit of closure with you. Is that why we're here? In part. I also I needed to give you the apology I should have given you back then, but never really managed to. I didn't have it in me at the time. I didn't have the tools required, and I lacked the self-awareness. Now I'm better equipped. Jim, you dear man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I betrayed you. I'm sorry I broke you. I'm sorry I destroyed your trust in me. And I think in women in general, and maybe in the whole human race. You've spent a long time just being hurt and trying to recover, I know, and it's my fault. I'm sorry I ruined our marriage and our relationship. I'm sorry I put our children through that loss. I'm not only sorry because of what it cost me, and what it cost all of us. I'm really sorry because it was wrong. It was selfish, thoughtless, inconsiderate, and cruel. I should never have done it. I should never have done anything like that. I should never have even wanted to. I wish I never had. Wow, I never thought I'd hear that from you. Yeah, that's because back then I was proud of myself. You were right about that. I kept telling myself that I had no regrets, that it was the experience of a lifetime, and that I'd always have that memory and that validation. I didn't see it as a debasement of myself, but it was. I didn't think it would change our relationship, but it did. Just the fact that I would do that changed our relationship. I mean, once you saw that's the kind of person I was, up until then, I'd blinded myself to it. That's my own fault. And I used that against you. I let you look up to me while I was engaging in conversations that undermined our bond. We were all pretending to be loving partners and friends, but we were just being terrible. Participating in that was a mistake. She shook her head. I spent years telling myself that if it wasn't for that one lapse, you and I had a good, solid relationship. I blamed you for the loss of it for a long time. I still feel that way sometimes, but that's not right. The truth is that I'd been taking you for granted almost the whole time we were married. Somewhere along the way, I let myself lose respect for you enough to make those choices. That's what ended our marriage. It was my fault. It hit me like a freight train. I know. I'm sorry. For all of it. She sniffed. I told myself that it didn't count because I wasn't lying to you. It never occurred to me that I was lying to myself. I was. I was lying to myself about what it meant. Lying is wrong. Lying is wrong. That's not just a message for the kids, is it? That's right. My mom has this thing about how integrity is power. Makes sense. I wish I'd learned that lesson. Have you? By now, I mean? Kind of. She shook her head. Not really. I guess integrity isn't something that I've got a lot of. I never did. I've spent most of my life being selfish and immature. I feed on other people's attention. You were a good source of that for me, but it wasn't enough. It could never be enough. No matter how beautiful you said I was, or how often you said it, or how much you told me or showed me you cared, it could never have been enough because I was insatiable. I was like this vampire, this parasite, feeding off your adoration, and I always had to have more, more, more. That's why I kept belittling myself and pushing you away when you did that. I kept telling you that you were wrong, that I was plain old me, because I always needed more. And you kept right on supporting me. I guess I did. It was a vicious cycle. I've learned that I am basically a narcissist with low self-esteem. I have a voice in the back of my head, an instinct that drives me to find evidence that I'm acceptable. It's a question that's on constant repeat. Am I worthy of love? I gather as much evidence as I can to try to prove that the answer is yes. But at the same time, I internally sabotage myself because I'm convinced that the answer is really no. Everybody does that kind of thing to themselves to one degree or another. I'm just a severe case. You sound like you've got a much better handle on it now. Acknowledging the problem is the first step. Even that took years of counseling. It's still there in my head, but I've got red flags pinned all over it. She smiled sheepishly. I'm a work in progress. As are we all. That's kind of you to say. Well, I've been avoiding you for a long time. I owe you some courtesy, and I'm sorry I set you up for rejection on the dance floor yesterday. It's okay. I get it. You've gotten really good, by the way. You've been taking dance lessons? All this time. Really? Really? It was a way to get me out of the house, get me out of my funk, and, yes, meet some new people. That's how I met Grace. Plus, I really hated how that guy showed me up that night. I knew that you and every other person in the place, but especially you, were always going to see me as less capable. On the dance floor, and yes, in other areas of my life too, while that guy was clearly someone who knew what he was doing. So I needed to elevate my skills. You were never lacking in ability. I felt like it. I could never stand to think of how you'd compare me. There was no comparison. Exactly. No. Oh my God, no, not like that. Jim, not like that at all. Oh, come on, you made it perfectly clear that I could never measure up. Jim, look at me. Look me in the eye. I did. She didn't flinch. Jim, I really did love you, with all my heart, even though I handled it poorly. Despite my behavior, you were right, it was wrong. As the years have gone by and I've reflected on everything that occurred, I've had to keep asking myself, was it worth it? Was it worth throwing away a marriage for fleeting moments that hold no real significance? For a long time, the answer was no. Definitely not worth it. But now that question feels irrelevant. If I'm asking if it was worth it, then it had to have held some value to begin with. But it didn't. Looking back, it's been completely worthless. There was no meaningful experience, nothing to compare. Zero. It was the most pointless and destructive decision I ever made. That wasn't how you felt at the time. I know, I was deceiving myself. I saw it as something positive, but I knew deep down there was no love. I didn't feel special. I felt no more significance than the sheets on the bed. It wasn't even fulfilling in a meaningful way. You once told me I would reflect on it for the rest of my life as a defining moment, one that I would never experience again. You said I would live in its shadow if I tried to stay with you. And you were right. That was my intention. But do you know what I remember now? You. It's all about you. That part of my life feels non-existent. I only think of you. Those are my happy memories. I don't know what to say. I never got that defining moment. It was an illusion. I thought it would be something special, something that would affirm my worth, not just a role in the background. I thought I could hold on to that moment forever. It never materialized. Instead, I only revealed myself as someone who betrayed her family, and for what? I was just used, just a pawn in someone else's game. The only thing I was left with is regret. I'm sorry. I'm the one who's sorry. I've lived with the consequences of my actions. It wasn't fair that you had to endure it as well. She shook her head. It was completely unfair. I'm glad you found someone now. You deserve someone who will treat you appropriately the way I never could. Grace seems like a good person. I hope you have a fulfilling relationship with her. She is. I do. Do you love her? Do you truly love her? Yes, I do. It's different. I remembered my conversation with my mother all those years ago. Funny. Those few days are etched in my memory as if they happened last week. When we're young, we feel things so intensely. Everything is so vibrant. But with age, my relationship with Grace is less sharp. But it's heavier and more substantial. It doesn't taste like a mouthful of champagne with the intoxicating little bubbles tickling my nose. It's more like a rich, nourishing meal. Better for me and more satisfying. Enjoyable in a totally different way. Good. That's good. She slumped a little. I would like to be able to say that maybe you and I could have had that if we'd stayed together. Maybe we could have grown into it. But honestly, knowing how I am and knowing how you are, I kind of doubt it. Turns out I'm not very good at being married. Funny. For somebody who gets married as much as I do, I'm a terrible wife. Surely you've gotten better. All that therapy. It's made some difference, sure, but you were smart about it. You took your time finding your next marriage. You let yourself heal. You found out who you were on your own, as a single man and a single parent. You had the good sense to wait. I'm only sorry it took you, 10 years? Almost 11. I met her 9 years ago. We've only been married for 5. Well, getting married to Jeff right away was a mistake. I only did it because I was terrified of being single. I still am, honestly. I don't think I could do it. And Danny only lasted as long as he did because I was doing penance for you. I felt like maybe I deserved to be cheated on, with the shoe on the other foot. I wanted to see if I could move past that kind of thing the way that I'd asked you to. Well, I couldn't. You were right to divorce me. And what about Glenn? You said things weren't going too well. Yeah, well, Glenn is a good guy. Nothing wrong with him. He's better to me than I feel like I deserve a lot of the time. He gets jealous. I sometimes feel unappreciated. We get snippy with each other. We just have to keep reminding ourselves about what's important, and sometimes it feels like a chore. Something was itching at me. You said, this meeting and the thing with the dancing, you said it would be rough on him? Or something like that? Pretty much. Then why are you doing it? Because I needed to talk to you. We haven't talked like this in years, not since. Well, because it's something you needed to do for yourself. It's got nothing to do with him. Besides, it's just this once, and he'll get over it. He has to, and he's a good man, right? Linda looked like she'd seen a ghost. Maybe she had of her old self. Oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, I've got to go. This was wrong. I have to get back to my husband. I think that would be best. Yes. Okay. She stood up. I'm going, Jim. Thank you. Thank you for talking. I needed to say all that. She started to bend down to acknowledge me, then stopped, unsure of what to do. Instead, she just stood there, feeling awkward. Just tell me one more thing, okay? I've got to know. What is it? I hoped she wasn't going to ask about us getting back together or try some sort of what-if game. At the end of your dance with Emma yesterday, you scared me. You scared everybody. What happened? Oh yeah, it was her expression. She had that familiar smile that seemed to say, I'm moving on now, even though I don't want to admit it. Stay put and wait for me, but I won't be back. I appreciate everything you've done. I was somewhat prepared for that. I mean, it was her wedding, her new beginning. But I hadn't anticipated recognizing that same expression I had seen a long time ago on a face just like hers. That's what got to me. Linda shuddered and regained her composure. Oh dear. Oh, Jim. I'm truly sorry. It's okay, Linda. I've come to terms with it. For what it's worth, I can finally forgive you. I've let it go. Now go. Go to your husband and be the partner to him that you weren't with me. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. We'll be in touch. Thank you. So, how did that go? Grace had just parted with Glenn when Linda arrived and reclaimed him. It was good. I think it went well. I wasn't expecting her to be as apologetic as she was. She seems to have done a lot of self-reflection. I'm sure. And you? Did you get a chance to say much to her? A couple of things. I let her know that it wasn't just my feelings that were affected when she left, but she already understood that. I also mentioned I recognized the farewell in Emma's smile at the end of our dance. That caught her off guard, and I forgave her. You did? Yes, truly. After 20 years, I could finally put it behind me. Good for you. She snuggled into my embrace. Good for us. Yeah, I embraced her back. I feel settled now. I'm happy. I know how fortunate I am to have you and how rare this is. I looked into her eyes, seeing warmth and understanding. I genuinely hope that woman finds peace. She still has her old challenges to face. Right, I hadn't thought of that. Same old Linda. Glad I'm not her. Me too. Thanks for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe to Infidelity Plus to stay updated with more captivating tales of infidelity and payback. Turn on notifications so you're the first to see our latest content.